Oh, I see him now.
Yep. Please rise as you're able for this Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everybody, to the November 17th, 2025 Rochester City Council meeting. We have a full house today, and as always, we begin every meeting with our open comment period. This is an opportunity for anyone from the public to speak on items that we will not be taking a public testimony during a public hearing later in the agenda. Each person has up to 2 minutes to speak for a total of 20 minutes. I will be keeping track of time through a couple methods. One, the clock up here to my right, left, and the stoplight here in front of the dais here. And so when it reaches the yellow, that means you have 1 minute left. I'd also request each speaker to be concise to allow more people to speak during the designated time. And participants are also encouraged to limit comments generally to topics that are within the scope and jurisdiction of the council's ability to affect policy. Council members and staff do not respond to your comments during public comment, but will instead follow up on any specific requests that you have separately. If you have materials to share with the council, please give them to the city clerk to my right over here to distribute to the council. And you will be invited to speak in the order of which you signed up. And I will begin with the first person on the list, Natalie Victoria. And you may have to press the button on there to get a green light.
Press very hard.
There you go.
Got it. Good evening, Mayor Norton and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Natalie Victoria, and I co-own the Tap House downtown and Victoria's Restaurant. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed changes to the midsection of First Avenue between 4th Street and 2nd Street. This plan would eliminate more than 40 diagonal spaces to make room for bicycle lanes and parallel parking. While well-intentioned, this change would create serious disruption for one of the most vibrant business corridors in downtown Rochester. Right now, the largest construction project downtown is taking place. Small businesses are doing everything possible to remain viable during this period. Additional reduction in parking or access, even temporary, will make it significantly harder to serve residents, employees, and the many patients who visit Rochester. We respectfully ask the city to reconsider. Please preserve the current street design, and if safety is a concern, consider lowering the speed limits rather than removing the critical parking. Our community is working hard to survive. Please avoid additional disruption that could do lasting harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Pascal Presa. I only know your first name.
I wanted to bring everybody a little bit of pizza tonight, maybe to make it really dumbed down. But my name is Pasquale Presa from Pasquale's Pizzeria. I don't really write speeches. I hate these type of events, but I think common sense is important here, okay? How many of you come to eat pizza at the shop? Raise your hand. A lot of you do, right? How many of you guys like the center only and not the crust and the outer parts? None of you guys, right? I'm pretty sure, because when you come in from now on, I'm going to give you the center of the pizza. And when you complain, I'm going to tell you why. How can we allow the center of the pizza, right, that looks like this? Look at this. This is the center of the pizza. It's just like the example of 4th Street and 2nd Street. Just exactly what Natalie said. We're going to remove 36 spots. For what? To make sure from 6th Avenue up to it, you can get killed. You know what? We don't care about you. You can get killed by a car where your kid, I know Nick rides down there with his kid in the back, We don't care about you, but when you get in the center, you're going to be safe. We have a safe zone for you. By the way, we're going to eliminate all these parking spots. So this whole time, through COVID, through the construction, we didn't suffer enough. Now we're going to end up just knocking you down all the way. What are we doing here? Do we want to advocate for small business? The mayor just signed up for a small business thing with 5 different cities. How cool is that? But time out a second. We sign up for it, but we're still going to kick you in your mouth because we want to change this. Who wants to do business downtown if we're not advocating for downtown businesses? This is really disturbing. We need you guys to think about it, understand it. Some of you own businesses. You left it. You know why? Because it's hard to run a business. If you had the guts, you'd still be in it.
Thank
have
you,
the guts.
Pasquale.
We have the guts and we're in it. So please consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christy Jamis.
Paul Moscow. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Norton and Council, for letting me speak tonight. My name is Christy Halmosco. I am a manager at Victoria's Restaurant. I've been there for over 15 years. I am here to speak also regarding the proposed bike lane on First Avenue, and I'm also here to ask you to reconsider. Since February of 2018, this area has been affected by nearly continuous construction with no signs of abating. Business has suffered, hiring has slowed, and customer traffic has dramatically declined for our downtown businesses and for Victoria's in particular. I work both weekdays and weekends and have had an opportunity to observe downtown traffic patterns over the years. As a long-established downtown business, Victoria's enjoys the kind friendship and patronage of regular customers. But as parking issues and construction closures on First Avenue have continued over a long period of time, I have sadly had many of these patrons pull me aside to say that they will no longer be coming because downtown is so difficult. These are not Mayo patient visitors, but longtime Rochester residents who are weary and angry at the ongoing craziness that downtown provides. As a manager in an average shift, I am fielding a minimum of 7 to 10 complaints related to parking and confusion over construction and fear over navigating the next time these people come to visit Rochester, and these are our Mayo patients who have come to visit our restaurant while they are in town. Lifetime residents are confused, so how can we expect our visitors to make their way as well? It is not only devastating to downtown businesses, but it is terribly inhospitable to our Rochester visitors. I urge you to please reconsider this additional blow, not only to our businesses, but to our visitors, of which there are thousands every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christy Stahl.
Thank you, members of the council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christine Stahl, and I am the owner-operator of the Tap House on Historic 3rd Street and the businesses inside the Avalon building, also downtown. I am here to express concern regarding the potential removal of diagonal parking on First Avenue and replacing it with parallel parking. This would result in the loss of close to 40 spaces, which would be detrimental to small businesses in that area. A major complaint by Rochester residents for years now, approximately since 2018, has been parking. The downtown businesses hear it every single day, every day. Construction could be a close second or even a tie with parking. Your answer to these two issues is to cut out 40 downtown parking spaces. You need to help us in all of Rochester understand that while dealing with this ongoing, frustrating construction issues, you are now going to limit accessibility to businesses and make it more difficult to operate and serve our guests. A statistic shared by the Rochester biking community shows that only 1.9% of people commute by bike. I would have to guess that number is even lower, roughly 6 months out of the year. Reshaping the streets to accommodate that small percentage of bikes while hurting businesses that provide tax revenue just makes no sense. I'm asking you to reconsider your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dondi Hanson. No, it's already pressed.
It's on now. Hi, I'm Don Hansen. I'm a new owner at Center Plaza, commonly known as the Indigo Hotel condo up there. I'm a disabled veteran that had to move here for medical care and just bought a very expensive place there to meet my needs, to be near Mayo Clinic for healthcare. When I purchased there, it was made known to me that I had a reserved parking spot. And there are many other people here tonight that didn't sign up to speak, didn't feel comfortable here to support, that would raise their hands or whatnot. But how they canceled that. And now as the 1st of December, I don't know if you're aware of this, because it seems like a backroom deal that was done that wasn't brought forward to the council, because the one thing the city has always done well, in my view, you just send out postcards, you say, here's something that's going to affect you, and give you a chance to speak and give your input. This decision was made in the dark of night, to my knowledge. Nobody that was affected was notified until after the decision was made. And I have documents here that I hope you will read later that I will read, because I don't have time to speak to them all. But the thing I think we sometimes do wrong in Rochester is we forget we're a medically fragile and aging community, and that's why the city exists, to serve that population. And when somebody relies on having a parking spot, just to remember where their car is, just to know where they park in the same place and pull it back in the same place every time they come and go. If you have not been in that position when you're getting older and aging and having medical issues, that is paramount to your very existence, just to know you have your spot. And I just found out through an email, not even a formal letter in the mail, no comment period, no asking me how this would affect me, that I don't have a spot anymore. And I relied on that and purchased a $440,000 condo that I bought to be near Mayo Clinic, and now I don't have a place for my car. I believe you have the power for one of you to make a motion and a second and put this on pause. This is supposed to happen the 1st of December. And I
Thank you, Mr.
I
Hanson.
beg you to take action on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Adam Busby.
Good evening. I know y'all know that we're in negotiations. I'm Adam Busby, for the record. But y'all can relax. It's good news tonight. I just wanted to thank the staff who's worked on the RFP, and as well as city council members, I'm sure, with their input. Everything that we have seen so far on it has been pretty phenomenal. It shows that the council and staff have been hearing us when we speak, so we do appreciate that. Also, as I've told you, you all in emails, but I would like to state publicly, the great communication and the workability that we've had thus far with my city transportation that's running the ZIPS program, and they seem to be doing a phenomenal job. They seem to be turning things around. I'm sure y'all haven't received as many complaints recently as y'all had in the past. So that has been real good. So it's all positive news, and I appreciate your time, and put this down on your calendar.
Thank you, Adam. Next, we have Linda Smith.
Hello, I'm Linda Smith from Optical Vision with Flair, and I've been down here 24 years and never, ever seen the last 5 years so bad. I mean, I have customers coming in that are here from all over the world. They come every year to buy glasses from me just because they like what I do. But they're so unhappy. They just, there's nothing downtown. And when they say that, tell your friends to come downtown, there's lots to do. There's not a lot to do. There's no more shops like there used to be. I mean, if it wasn't for people that have been coming to me for years, I wouldn't be here. And I'm so lucky that those beautiful Birks that you put in, I have to have surgery on my knee now in January because I've tripped on them 3 times. You know, and that's a bad thing. And then not only that, the parking, I mean, I hardly ever see anybody on bicycles. I mean, you see a few, but I don't know how many times I've said, this is Minnesota. It's not your nice, warm places like, you know, you want Rochester to look like. I mean, it's beautiful what they've done, but it's really, I mean, like our stores on First Avenue, those dang trees, they can't even see our stores. And then every morning when I come to work, I got to take my blower and blow all those leaves out of from my store because it's just full and it looks terrible. You know, and then the other best thing is the parking meter. I don't know how many times I go outside and show people how to use those things. But you know, not only that though, 9 out of 10 of those people that are parked there are working at the Marriott. So I hollered at one time and I told him, you know, these are for our customers. And he said, so what? I'm paying for it. Well, then he comes back with one of his bosses from Marriott and said, are you giving him a hard time? I said, yeah, this is for customers, not for your people that are working for you. You know, I mean, you must agree with that, but we got to get those 3-hour meters gone. Too many people are using them that work. I mean, 90 minutes, perfect. That's all they need. But otherwise, I love Rochester and I truly love what I do, but it's not like it used to be. But thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Thomas Kramer.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Council, for seeing me. I'm Thomas Kramer. I know Randy, Andy, and Sean, and I take my hat off to you all, but my hair is a rumor. But anyway, I've been in retail for 41 years. I sell clothing, and the last 15 years I've worked downtown here, and I've seen it degrade. 10 years ago it was great. 6 years ago it was great. Being that we've had all the COVID and all the construction in front of our businesses, and I wish one of you could be in our business every day and hear the people that complain about no parking. It's got to be really hard when we come down here and there's not a place to park. And it's rather disturbing, and I'm hoping that things will be alleviated sooner than later. Maybe in the next year there'll be, more parking and we won't be taking parking spots away. So I appreciate your time and listening. And I do want to make a point. One of you people that is sitting up here, I'm not going to say who it is, but they want to represent Rochester all over the world. But I polled businesses in downtown Rochester, and this person never goes in any of the businesses. So how the hell can they know what Rochester is all about? Rochester has been successful, but we're going downhill. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have David Curry.
Hi, my name is David Curry. I own City Market, Tilda's Pizzeria, and the Redwood Room downtown. I really want y'all to reconsider the angled parking getting taken away. That's a lot of spots. We're a lot of small businesses. There's a ton of people here, my colleagues, who are fearful of this. This is going to impact us. Down at Tilda's Pizzeria and the Redwood Room, when we lost all the parking around Central Park because of the transportation hub, we felt that. Everybody downtown is going to feel this. This is not a good idea. Please reconsider this.
Thank you. Next is Jason Belly-Bakken.
Hi, my name is Jason Belly-Bakken. I spoke to you guys last month about your constitutional oath that you take. I mean, we pledge allegiance to the flag every time we come here, right? So I just want to say that last week, when down here filing charges on the sheriff's department, not only did RPD sit by while they arrested me for doing this, which is against the law for them to do in the first place, because it's unconstitutional. I thought that, when people take an oath to uphold the Constitution and its people to the highest, that's what they're supposed to do. I mean, that's when I say pledge allegiance to the flag, I hold that to my number one thing. So when I go get arrested for trying to speak my discern with these tyrants that want to call themselves law enforcement and get punished for it, when I was in booking, they maced me. Made me stand in a cell with nowhere to sit for 6 hours, covered in mace. yelling for medical help. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped. Nobody did anything. And the reason why I was arrested, I was trespassed by the sheriff for trying to file misconduct charges on him with the county attorney's office first, and then they put a restraining order on me for trying to, take care of things through them. And now, Mike at the county attorney's office here, every time I go to him, he just shrugs me off like, constitutional rights, what are those? Those don't matter. We don't deal with constitutional anything around here is basically what he said to me. So what I am here to say is that there is a blatant disregard towards the Constitution, I feel like, and I know that me, 30 others, but up to 300 that have my back, that will definitely come in with our rights as, we the people, to hold anybody accountable that takes an oath to the Constitution and make sure that they follow that Constitution or constitutional punishment.
Thank you, Mr. Belbucken. Next, we have Sammy Lou, sorry.
I'm Sammy Liu from Bebop Korean Eats in the First Avenue Southwest. I think you all need to try to reconsider to take away the parking because they are not allowed parking for customers or the employees. If you want us to be in downtown, you want all the business to be downtown, think about the parking. Parking is the main thing why people want to come to the business and enjoy a good meal or do a shopping. The parking have to be there. If you take it away, it means that we all have to close down. So think about it. Please do not take away the parking. Nothing is broken, don't change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Molly Dennis.
All right, thank you. Life is getting harder for people here in Rochester. Families are struggling. They can't afford to live in their beloved town. Residents look to the city council not only to be their representative, but also to have specific solutions. I can give you a few. Perhaps debating livable wage or rent control, or have a cap on taxation that's going out of control, or freeze the utility rate hikes. When I sat on the dais, the first part was, when I was a new council member, was learning policy and the position, mainly virtual during a global pandemic. The second half, I was censured with the most harsh sanctions in the history of Minnesota with an illegal censure. Those harsh, horrendous sanctions kept me from researching and proposing solutions. What is all of your excuse? I received a letter from a city council member threatening me from speaking at a city council meeting. Our current mayor blocks social media of people who disagree with her. This is not democracy, not representational democracy. As leaders, you need to meet the residents where they are at. You need to come up with solutions that protect people in Rochester so they don't lose their homes. I have spoken here every single month at City Council, yet never once have I received a reply from any of you or any staff member from any of the questions I have asked. If you don't respond to me for whatever reason, please respond to someone here in Rochester on why you are rubber stamping instead of coming up with real solutions to help Rochester residents stay in our homes and survive in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. That ends our public comment period. We will now turn to Clerk Kasel to call the roll.
Good evening. Councilmember Keene.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Wall.
Here.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Here.
Councilmember Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Doring.
Here.
Council President Schubring.
Here.
Mayor Norton.
Present.
Next, we have our city administrator's report. Administrator Zelms, take it away.
Thank you, Council President. Council members, Mayor Norton, members of the public, I always start the report off by thanking our teammates for acting with respect, integrity, safety, and excellence in mind in everything they do, whether they are in the field or at a desk. So thank you to our teammates for the service that you provide to the community and how you do that each day. Also did want to highlight a couple of things that are forthcoming on Friday, the 21st, this Friday at the Public Library Auditorium. There is a family Lego and craft night. So if you're a Lego lover, or your family is, head on over to the Public Library, 4:30 to 5:30. Drop in and check out some of the work there and participate. Also, did want to note that we are entering the phase where on Sunday, November 23rd, the fall service changes that have been being communicated will go into effect. You can find information about the updated route at rochestermn.gov. Also recommend anyone that is a rider of Rochester Public Transit to download the app so that they can follow any changes quickly there. And we are entering the holiday season. So on Friday, November 28th, 2:30 to 7 p.m., to 7 p.m. We're starting off with Mrs. Claus Workshop. Thank you to the Rochester Downtown Alliance at the Historic Chateau Theater. The Rescue of Santa at residents of Old City Hall will happen at 5. The tree lighting around 5:15 at Peace Plaza, and then you'll have the opportunity for photos with Santa from 5:30 to 7 up on the second level of the Galleria. So we would invite the community to join in that celebration. And also, winter, we have completed construction for the season at Silver Lake Park, but the West Playground is open. So if folks are interested in that, you can check out the West Playground. That's open for play. I guess rain, shine, or snow, if you're a hardy person from Minnesota. So with that, I would be complete with my comments.
Thank you, Administrator Zelms. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mayor Norton.
Thank you. I'm just going to do a short report this evening. I will say that this weekend, I was really pleased to know that some of the council members were able to go to the NAACP's event. I ended up being double booked and had to miss that, so I was happy the city was represented. I did go up to the Japanese American Scholarship event up in the Twin Cities because the Consulate General was in town, and met with him, and he is interested in coming to Rochester, and it sounds like I've had a follow-up email already. He will be coming after the first of the year to visit Rochester, to see our community, visit City Hall. I think he'd like a tour of Mayo Clinic as well, but he had a short turnaround time, so he couldn't stay this time. But it was a very pleasant experience, and the organization raises scholarships for kids. Winona State's one of those schools that gets a scholarship, so it's possible someone from Rochester could get it statewide. Also, just a reminder, the National Civic League A Better Public Meetings event was moved from the November date to December 4th. So we're inviting folks to come to that to hear the information that has been gathered, the research that has been gathered about public input, people who've come to these meetings and have used the QR code to share their thoughts about how the meeting went and how they perceived it, as well as some one-on-one phone calls and surveys that were done with people in the community. So the results of that will be shared with the community on this evening of December 4th. It's at RCTC, and I believe it starts at 5:30. Yes, thank you, Mr. Councilmember Wall, for nodding your head on that. So you'll be welcome. There'll be a light meal out there, and then some table discussions to hear the information and share with us as well, so we can improve our meetings. Also, we've done sister city trips. We did not do any from, I guess, the time I became mayor. Throughout the whole pandemic, obviously everything stopped. So this past year, we finally have kicked up the International Relations Committee and are trying to make contact again with countries, the cities and countries that Mayor Chuck Hazama started sister city relationships with during his time in office. So we have reestablished almost all of those, and we are looking to take a group of community members to Germany this summer. If you're interested, there's a QR code on there, and there's also handouts that'll be in the mayor's office, and we invite you to join us to visit both Moosburg, which is one of our very early sister cities that Mayor Chuck Hazama started, and then Munster, which was the sister city for energy that we've had for the last 8 or 9 years. That's helped move us forward in the area of energy, sustainability, and environmental issues. And lastly, just a reminder again, board and commission vacancies. We do have a number of them, and the press asked, why do you have so many all of a sudden? And so I think it's worth noting that at the end of every year, by January, terms are up, and probably a third of each board and commission's folks' term expires at the end of 3 or 4 years, depending on what kind of board or commission they're on. And so they can serve 2 consecutive terms, and many, many of our residents do. After that, they cannot serve any longer. And so this group that you see up here demonstrates those who have most likely served 2 terms, they have termed out, and those positions are now available for someone else to fill. So just wanted to clarify, this is just a natural process that happens at the end of every year. And we'll be doing interviews in the next month, month and a half, and hopefully the first meeting in January, we'll have people ready and up for their boards and commissions to start work. And lastly, I am going to clarify something. I normally don't do this, but a comment was made during the public comment section that said I blocked people on social media, and just want to be very clear, it is against the law for an elected official to block anyone. I do not block anyone on social media. So I just want to be perfectly clear because that statement was made publicly here. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have our order of the agenda. I have not received any changes to the agenda. I don't see any, but is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Moved by Councilmember Wall, seconded by Councilmember Miller. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Next, we have our consent agenda. Councilmember Palmer has pulled item F16. Is there any other items to be pulled? Seeing none, I would invite a motion to approve in block items F1 through F15 and F17.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Miller, seconded by Councilmember Doring. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to our public hearings, we have 7 public hearings on our agenda this evening. And before we begin the public hearings, our public hearings are a little different than our open comment period. Staff will first make an introduction on the item, and then if there is an applicant or an applicant representative, they will have up to 10 minutes to present on the item. And then I will open the public hearing. Members of the public have up to 5 minutes to speak during the public hearing. They can comment on the item. They can ask questions of the applicant or staff. Please remember, however, that once the public hearing is completed, then the applicant will come back and attempt to answer any questions during the public hearing, and staff will then also have an opportunity to answer any questions that came up during the public hearing. After that, I will invite my colleagues to ask questions of staff and the applicant, and after that, we will entertain a motion. So with that, public hearing G1 is the 2026 Special Service District service charges. Mr. Josh Johnson.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council President, Council Members. Josh Johnson with City Administration. So tonight is our annual request and public hearing, adopting a resolution for the imposition of the special service charges in 2026. This year, we're looking at a 4% increase from 2025, which equates to $409,419.78 in total service charges. Those go to help support the Rochester Downtown Alliance and represents about 30 to 35% of their operating budget. Just as a reminder, this is not the public hearing for the to consider any removal or additions or any boundary changes. Those need to be done at different times with different hearing and notice requirements. So I am actually going to hand it off to, I'm joined by the Executive Director of the RDA. He'll give an overview and update of the RDA, and then we can open the public hearing and stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Good evening, Mayor Norton, members of the council, City Minister Zelms. Good to see you all. It's been a year since I've been up here. My hair's a little grayer, or it's your new lighting. But It's been a heck of a year in downtown Rochester. Yes, we have had impacts of construction. That is ongoing. We were very nervous going into it. We've had a change of our Thursdays downtown layout this past year. Still working to figure out what next year is going to look like. But our small but mighty team has been busy with marketing and events and activating our downtown. And with those impacts, I do want to give a special thanks to the collaboration that I get to have with the City of Rochester, with Deputy Administrator Cindy Steinhauser's team, Steve Sampson Brown, Rachel's in the audience tonight, Emily, Jeff Hess. It's been phenomenal to have these great city partners helping us thinking business forward. I've greatly appreciated their mindset and their willingness to help and work and do everything they possibly can is what it feels like when I get to work alongside them. Thank you to our partners at DMC and the financial support from Mayo Clinic, especially this year, in allowing us to push further what it is that we're doing. And of course, coming out of downtown task force meetings that were held shortly after the pandemic, I had the opportunity to host the very first one in our studio on Broadway. And a big part of what came out of that, we did hear parking. That was actually number 2, I think, if I remember right for us. But a big part of it is marketing and promotion of downtown. That is what the business owners wanted to see an increase of in downtown. That was a part of why I was thrilled to come into the office. And when we talk, I like to just always give that refresher. Where are we talking about? It's essentially south of Civic Center, north of Soldiers Field Park, and east of the Mayo Clinic campus, and west of just about the old Roscoe's, if you would. They wanted to be part of it. That's why we got that little island over there. A look at where our operating expenses are year to date for our organization. Thursdays downtown is a massive part of that 44%, of course. But marketing, again, is what we've talked about previously. If you remember last year when I had the opportunity to present, a few years ago, it was 3 to 4% of the RDA's budget went towards marketing. This year, we're looking at 19%. I have the lines blurred there a little bit. I do want to make sure I incorporate that one of my team members' salary is a part of that marketing, and you'll hear a little bit further in a moment here of why that is. So with marketing and promotion being our number one that we look to do, we see ourselves as marketing, as a downtown marketing organization for downtown destination marketing organization for downtown. We very much want to target who it is that we're talking to. So we see it, we operate talking to 3 different groups of people, 3 different demographics. Our Mayo visitors, they're here for a week or so, we'll say. We know about where they're visiting. We want to draw them into our commercial district of downtown. We want to turn them on to the art and culture we have going on downtown, the incredible restaurants we have downtown, and of course the unique shopping as well. We do that very targeted. We drop a pin downtown. We mark within about a mile of that to encourage people. We want to solve a problem for them. Maybe they need a break. So retail therapy steps away from the Mayo Clinic is literally what their marketing says. We strive not to show that to our locals. We target the visitor coming into our community. And then we have our area residents. We like to get our 55901ers and our 55906ers off their couches and into downtown as well. I recently tallied up how many different tactics we use to try and get that word out to our community. 21 different tactics. Long gone are the days of newspaper, radio, and television. So we invest heavily into those different marketing tactics. And then lastly, regional visitors. We're just wrapping up a campaign here where we drew an 80-mile circle around Rochester, going after people with a certain dollar demographic to draw them into town. We targeted 4 different demographics, 55 plus, a mom's ladies' night out, 20s and 30-somethings, and then families as well. We produced 4 videos with ARC Agency here in downtown Rochester to produce itineraries of what there is going on downtown. Downtown is one of the very few places in Rochester you can park your car, forget about it, and have an experience of art and culture, dining and shopping. Through those targeted ads, we drew them into landing pages targeted to them to show them the itineraries to help them connect further with hopefully staying a weekend in Rochester, if nothing else, a day and explore our downtown. So we're going to point this here.
There's a leg.
Yes, there is. There we go. All right. Next up on our silos of what we do in our office, events and activations, of course. We have our iconic events downtown, Thursdays downtown, Social Ice, Dogs downtown, Fresh Air Fitness, adding the last year dancing downtown, Zumba on the deck, yoga on the deck, music downtown. And I thank our partners at 125 Live for helping out with bringing in instructors for Zumba. It's incredible to see 65 people on a Saturday morning doing Zumba on the deck. We're excited to activate that riverfront area and what the city has in store for that. We've continued our SARP event grants where we can award up to $5,000 to a new event. We want to activate others. Again, coming out of the pandemic, nobody was saying do more events, RDA. It was market and promote, but we know how to do an event really well. We know how to hook people up with permitting. So we run along parallel with them. One of my favorite success stories of this last year was CastleCon, happened in the Chateau in January. He came into our office thinking, I'd like to attract 150 people to come for a weekend in Rochester, locals and people, a small circle around Rochester. 150 people to come play board games, to come play tabletop games. And I said, David, I think you have one heck of a great idea here. I think we can get you probably up to 350 with our help of the, marketing and getting the word out further. Come January, they had over 700 people came for the weekend to play board games in downtown Rochester. With that success, their ticket sales are already off and running. They are now not only using Chateau, but also the Kaler Grand Hotel in downtown in their boardroom as that STARP event grows. Other classic ones are Thaw Music Festival, and of course the first Oktoberfest that Mr. Trahan put on this past October. There's a photograph of said Zumba dancers going to town on the deck. And it's a big part of the placemaking. We in RDA as a SSD, a lot of communities call them business improvement districts. I think it's another nice way to think about what it is that we do. We're charged with bringing life to these public spaces. So the deck, the riverfront, it was a great space to activate this past summer, especially as Peace Plaza and nearby was nearby is under construction. We had to move a stage off of there for our year. So another space that we turned to activate, to draw our community into. It was neat one day when I was here to see some people that popped out of Hotel Indigo. They were dressed in their jeans. They listened to the music for a little while. The woman came over, said goodbye to her husband. She came over and she joined. So it was neat to see a visitor hop in as well. The public seating areas that you see on Peace Plaza, Central Park, corner of 3rd Street and 1st Avenue as well. Our office is responsible for those. And then along with the holiday lighting I have on here, it was shared. Thank you, Ms. Zelms, for sharing about Here Comes Santa Claus. Do come down. It's going to be a unique and special year. We are investing, in thanks to a Mayo grant, into really decking out the West Peace Plaza for a special holiday lighting that I don't believe our downtown has ever seen. And lastly, our clean and safe men downtown that are responsible for the sidewalks, the tables, the public spaces. So the cleaning of all those different tables that we have down there. I love it when I get a report from Mayor Norton or Don Sapala working the Experience Rochester booth when we hear how clean our downtown is. And that's in large part to these gentlemen that go around and cleaning up. It was mentioned the leaves on 1st Avenue. They just filled up about 4 brutes past week in leaves. We saw it again today. They'll be back out in the next couple of days here to help assist that. They do a fantastic job of cleaning and making sure our downtown is clean and safe as well. A few stats that kind of bring us like, what is all that happening? What is that doing? 225 free live musical performances this summer in our downtown. Through the work that Elena, our marketing and content coordinator, pulls off, why we count some of her salary into that marketing budget. 7.6 million views across our social media. I'm proud that we have risen up the quality of the social media to a point that we are one of the largest social media followings in Rochester, to the point that we actually get paid now for our content. Now, don't get any wild ideas, Ms. Zelms. Not that much payment, a few bucks every month, but it's interesting that we have so many eyes coming into our social media now. We're thrilled with that growth. Our recent fall ad campaign, 600,000 views. 34,887 public infrastructure cleanings, tables, cleaning the tables. Chairs, sorry, I saw the timer there. I'll wrap this up quickly. Something for everyone every day. This is over 67 events were happening in programs in November alone. So we hit that. We try and get that message out into our community. Coming
We'll
up
invite you back up after the public hearing. You'll be able to wrap up.
All right. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Fagan.
Thank you.
Josh, anything you want to add before I open the public hearing?
I do not, Council President. Thank you, Sean. We can open up for the public hearing, and then we'll stand for questions.
Great. So I will now open up the public hearing, and we have Tim Schmidt who has signed up.
Good evening, Council. Name's Tim Schmidt, 102 North Broadway. I'm here to support the RDA. They've been a great help to downtown. Their efforts come from a time from the 1970s and even before, when retail moved out of downtown, and downtown did need an advocate like the RDA to bring the business back in. And even before then, the downtown businesses have been a community surrounding the Mayo Clinic and part of the Mayo Clinic. And as such, you know, we've heard testimony earlier about businesses helping the Mayo patients, but we're also there for the Mayo employees, which are also a big part of forming the Mayo community. Also, heard Sean kind of get going on the a lot of the RDA, a lot of their good work. The Peace Plaza was an RDA past Thursdays first, a lot of the other projects. And a business, you know, you can put your product out there, but you need to invite people in. And the RDA does a great job of inviting people into the downtown area. They have faced setbacks in previous years, Corona shutdowns. But the RDA has helped the downtown bounce back from that, and I believe that we're getting back to normal again. One thing with the invitation coming down, we need to think of kind of a larger picture. We got to, people, no matter how good the invitation is, people will only tolerate so many barricades to getting to a business's doorstep. Construction's always been tough. Now with the bike lanes, they're talking about taking out the parking spots. That's literally the welcome mat to these businesses. Decades of work would be harmed if we did take out all the parking spaces in the First Avenue. Also, the bike lanes through First Avenue, they do go through the Peace Plaza, which is a pedestrian area, and it's also a community center. Go right through where we have Thursdays on First. And I feel if they would do bike paths, there's a much better option over on First Avenue East. Right now, my shop is right next to Salvation Army. I can tell you that there's a lot of homeless people through there. And you mentioned the downtown ambassadors. They do a great job, you know, cleaning up and picking out and helping people through. And I see that with when they're dealing with the homeless population. But it'd be nice to see if First Avenue East could be reimagined, because First Avenue West is imagined quite well as it is. So I'd like the council to support the RDA, not just tonight voting for their funding, but also all these other, when they bring concerns of the downtown business community, listen to them. They do speak for us. They're a great advocate, and there's a lot more pieces to the puzzle than just Thursdays on First. So I've asked the council to support the RDA in any way they can.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Alrighty, thank you.
Next, we have John Creasel.
Mr. President, members of the council, Madam Mayor, John Creasel. To say the least, Sean has played an instrumental role, I think, for advocating businesses in downtown Rochester. One of the first things I would like to ask is, does this approval need to take place this evening? I ask that for a reason. I'll give you some of my reasons. To say the least, to be able to coordinate now what is taking place on what potentially might take place on First Avenue, the project on 6th Avenue, and on 6th Street. I know they are distinctly different projects. However, they all face the same problems. How to safely move people around, whether they are citizens or whether they are patients, how to safely move around bicycle traffic, which in my opinion, I think is very key to increasing the density, the urban density of in downtown Rochester. How do we safely do this? Now, each one of these projects somehow must work collectively together to know what is taking place collectively all the time. Having spent some time with the project managers of First Avenue, they are not totally aware of what's taking place on 6th Avenue or in 6th Street. Well, I would say that's not having the proper vision to problem solve, moving people around in bicycles, which is a direct outcome of the bold move forward of Mayo having terminated the use of 2nd Avenue, 4th Avenue, and 5th Avenue. That's why we're all here today talking about this First Avenue project and even the 6th Avenue project. By the closing of those streets, it's made it more convenient for them, but less convenient for the citizens of Rochester. And that problem really collectively needs to be solved with their total support. So to be able to route people from from West Center south is no small task. To try and coordinate all these events at the same time is no small task. So the reason I said, should we be increasing this, the SSD fund by 4% this evening? I think we need to know more. Another ringer that's been thrown into the equation is, I would imagine all of you are well aware of UMR with their announcements as to wanting to increase the number of students that are to be coming here. I would say that before many of these projects move forward so that we have to then look at them again collectively and maybe rework the projects, I would say the UMR, who has been, I will remind everybody, was invited to our community. They were invited to this community, given approximately $10 or $12 million to be able to remove businesses down by Soldiers Field. It still looks like a wasteland. I'm going to say there was an unbroken promise there initially, because that was supposed to be our campus, okay? That is yet, we don't know what they're going to do with it yet. As far as I'm concerned, if they are not utilizing that particular piece of property, it should come back to the citizens of Rochester. But the point I want to make here is, UMR needs to play their cards. They need to let all of you elected officials know where their projects are going to be so that we can effectively route the people, the bicycles, the transportations around effectively to make a urban core that is effective for everyone. I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Creasel. Next, we have Sammy Lou, and I think she might have left. Oh, no, is she here? Okay.
I can speak on her behalf.
Well, no, we have others, Mr. Creasel.
She gave me her face to share with you this evening.
Okay.
She wanted to speak on this, and basically her bullet points were the same as mine.
Thank you, Mr. Creasel. That's all I have for G1. This is a public hearing. Anyone else besides Mr. Creasel who would like to speak, please step forward. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I will close the public hearing, invite Mr. Johnson and Mr. Fagan to join us for any wrap-ups.
Sean, did you want to have any other closing items?
No, sorry for babbling so much earlier. One last babble. Looking forward for 2026. We continue to want to, oh yeah, here we go. I got the clicker again. I really want to get this one up there. One more. It's not in the cards, okay. We look forward to 2026 to increase the social media followings, to get the more word out. It drives me nuts to hear there's nothing going on in this community. There's so much going on, I can't get to it all. I see so many of you at our events. Thank you for being there. Thank you for your support. Thank you for bringing your friends. If you hear anybody that doesn't know what's going on, direct them to the website, direct them to our social media. It is hard to reach people. There's a lot of noise in our world anymore. So it's hard to get that word out. But there's a lot going on in this incredible community. I'm excited for what's going to be coming. I've talked to so many business owners, other community partners, and we feel like we're on the cusp of something spinning that flywheel moving and momentum going forward. I'm excited for 2026 as we do launch a new part of our website of Do Business Downtown. We want to consolidate those open spaces. You may have heard about a retail pop-up shop. This coming weekend, there we go, bottom left. The first retail pop-up shop launches and opens this week in a young woman's clothing store. Crazy excited to have lights on in vacant spaces and life and activity in there. I'm working with other property owners downtown, thinking of how can we activate, even for a weekend in the middle of winter, can we put a roller skating rink on the 5th floor of an Associated Bank building? I don't know, I toss it out there. Let's see what we can do to help draw more people into our phenomenal downtown. So keep your eye open for that as well. Thank you for your time. Greatly appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. Questions, Council? Councilmember Wall.
I very much enjoyed the color scheme of your map, purple and gold, in spite of yesterday. Could one of you explain for the public the difference between a contributing and an exempt property, since there's a lot of yellows along with the purples?
Yeah, I can take that. So currently, the Special Service District, the parcels that are charged the self-imposed service charge are, well, not too technical, but Class 3A properties. So that just means commercial classification of properties. And it could be industrial properties, but we have very few industrial properties. So any properties that are either exempt from paying taxes, like you see a lot of government-owned buildings there on the east side, or properties that are multifamily or single family, those are excluded. So that's what are highlighted in the yellow.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have a question. Mr. Fagan, can you talk a little, I know this is not a part of the SSD today, but I know that you have a partnership with Mayo Clinic to bring more of the patients and their visitors into downtown. Can you talk a little bit about how that effort is going?
Yeah, a piece of it, President Schubring, I believe, is maybe the wayfinding that we've been working on. We tested out a couple different products this summer. One failed miserably, one worked phenomenally. So we're leaning into that one. If you're down in the subway now, you'll see some of that wayfinding. I didn't have any illustrations of it here tonight, but it is to add to that patient experience. The stat that I hear is 80% of a patient's experience in our community is outside of the walls of the Mayo Clinic. We want to encourage them to come and find that comfort, that care, that joy that our business community tends to offer, that hospitality. So a piece of it is the wayfinding, is to help direct them through. I get lost in the subway system today, to help our visitors that are new in Rochester to find their way through the subway system, get out to the Peace Plaza, get out to these cores of our community, but then to ensure that patient confidence, that visitor confidence, everything's designed with a little tail, if you would, that's blue, directing back towards the clinic. So hopefully here in early December, we should be deploying some more of that as temporary wayfinding throughout downtown as well, in the interior side of things.
Great, thanks. Great project. Another question, numbers. You and I talked right after I think the last Thursdays on First. Do you have kind of where the 2025 attendance landed as far as in your kind of trends?
Yeah. 2025 Thursday numbers in total was about the exact same as last year's. We did have one less Thursday this year because we did have one that got completely rained out. Interesting, when we look at the data and the experience of walking around is we saw a decrease in the Mayo visitor finding us. With not being on the Peace Plaza this year, that definitely changed their visibility. I'd walk around the Skyways on a Thursday with the event going on, offer guidance to help direct somebody to find where they're trying to get to, and then, hey, did you know there's a street festival happening? And they're like, no, where? Right there through the window and around the corner a little bit. So we did see a decrease in that, but what we seem to have found, what we found was more locals coming out, even with construction. So we get that word out. If you put something on that's worth people's time, if a business is worth to come out for, our community is coming out for it. And we're very excited about that, and we attribute a part of that to getting that word out. So there's tremendous things going on, so let's just keep that going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keen.
I'd like to make the motion.
Go ahead.
To adopt a resolution authorizing the imposition of $409,419.78 in service charges within the Downtown Special Service District for 2026.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Keen, seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, I like that thought of RDA as an invitation to downtown. I hadn't heard that before. I thought that was nice. I think it has a good ring to it. As part of this vote, though, I do want to stress that the Special Service District is voted on and implemented by the properties that make up the Special Service District. The 4% increase in the RDA is not a decision that this council is making. This is a decision by the board and as part of their bylaws. So I want to make sure anybody who's kind of casually watching this, because I was confused with this in years past. The district wants the special services that the RDA organization wants, and that's the kind of give and take, and that's why they have a board. And Sean talks about the switch from a little bit less marketing to a little bit more marketing, but it can be confusing. This is not the city of Rochester doling out extra services in downtown. This is the businesses, the property owners down there contributing to this group that makes up the RDA so that they can provide those services. And I think it's an important distinction for the community to understand.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. Congratulations. Thanks. Next up, we have G2, which is certification of collection with taxes of unpaid special charges, weed, snow, rubbish, and tree removal, secure property violation, and impound towing. Ms. Queso.
Good evening. Before you tonight, there's 3 public hearings. You just read off the items for the first public hearing. Those are proposed assessments to abate nuisances on properties. These public hearings serve as the right for citizens to come in and file any written objections for the assessments, which preserves the property owner's right to move their objection to district court. This is a remedy they have under state law to object to the assessments. This is the same procedure that we use for the street construction assessment hearings. Prior to the adoption of the assessment roll, the council could make a motion to remove or modify any assessment. Property owners have until December 29th to make payment before this would be assessed on their 2026 taxes. There have been 2 objections filed for this particular hearing, one at 1303 6th Street Southwest. That PIN is 64.03.14.007664, and 2891 Knollwood Drive Southwest, PIN 630711078997. And the council has received those particular letters. I will also note, in addition to the people who are signed up tonight, there's 2 gentlemen that are behind me that would also like to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Kazel. At this point, I will open the public hearing, and we have now, the last name is Troik Boz. There you are. I'm sorry, I can't read your first name. Please state your name clearly, and you have 5 minutes.
Javad Trnčić, but people know me by Vas.
Okay, thank you.
Got that nickname.
Welcome.
Coming from Bosnia. I'm here. I'm going to use my 5 minutes. I received a notice of violation on that some shrubs was obstructing the sidewalk for the property 13036 6th Street Southwest, Rochester, Minnesota. And I did the necessary work. I had 10 days. I did that. I received a notice on August 5th of this year, and I did the work on August 13th of this year. I took the pictures of work that I am done, and I thought everything went well. And on, I think, September 30th or in October, I received a letter from City Park and Recreation that I needed to pay $837 for a contractor work. When I received this notice, I did the work, took the pictures of all work being done, had a step ladder there, broad, so I made sure there's a clearance of 8 feet on the sidewalks, also on a height. And when I received this letter that I needed to pay that charge, I went to the City Park and Rec, and I did speak with Mike, I don't know last name, Nigber, and I was basically treated as a criminal there, which really surprised me. I'm the respectful member of community in Rochester. I'm in a process helping city solving some drainage problem, which I will give the easement to my property on a Pill Hill. And I brought all these pictures, and by the Mike's looking at those pictures, he still said that it wasn't done properly, or there's no height there of 8 feet. And I asked him for contractor information, bids that they are done, so I can see why it's that high, even if they needed, which in my opinion, work from contractor wasn't necessary at all. I call, and I think I spoke with Jeff also from the same, and I asked all that paperwork so I can see the bids, how much city was charged and all of that, and they said they're gonna give me that information, but then they sent me email giving me some website. Then I spoke with Jeff, and he said he's gonna give me information, email me next morning, and then he said he's being advised, I'm assuming from Mike Nigber or somebody there, I think he's his director, that I still needed to go to website. So I went to the city clerk and I requested that information on November 5th, 25, and today is the 17th, and they told me I will have that information by this meeting, but I did not receive anything. So normally I never spoke in front of this many people since I spoke in IBM regarding my war experience, and I'm a little nervous, but I'm hoping the city council, I send all the paperwork, and I contacted my council member, Nick Miller, which was really helpful and respectful. And I did everything that I'm supposed to do. I cleared that, and I don't know if you got all the pictures here. I maybe got some pictures with that my lawyer didn't send it, but I still have them, like of the work, all that stuff being cut. And I don't know what's the word. I think here we would say there was a highway robbery, $837, even if was needed. to cut a little bit of shrubs. That's really work of some crooked contractor, and I will find the name and I will make sure that he doesn't charge. It's not just about me, it's just for everyone else. I mean, those charges are unbelievable. You can have and plus that work, and I don't know if something happened or some miscommunication happened between city and a contractor, I don't know, but all that
Sir,
was,
if you can, I know that the city clerk has a lot of your materials, but if you have more materials, if you want to give them to the city clerk, and thank you very much for testifying about your situation.
I got a couple more that I can give to show what I cut.
Yep.
And all of that, I'll just give it to them. And I got a mine work and a work after contractor did. So there's, in my opinion, there's no difference there. Sidewalk was cleared 8 feet up and wide.
Okay, sir, thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Please state your name clearly, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joe Jenkins. I live at Southeast Rochester. I'm here to discuss an assessment on some property that was on my boulevard. I actually live at another house. This is my father's property. We've lived there since '73, I believe. There's been some passing of family members that become in possession of a lot of possessions and stuff, so I'm trying to sell, give away, so on and so forth. Put some stuff out on the boulevard so people that in need could maybe use this item would take it. Apparently that's not legal. Apparently a lot of people in Rochester don't know that. So I was given mailed something dated like the 28th of July, and I will re-inspect 9/4. Mail nowadays doesn't seem to be very fast. The timing of everything seemed to be moving very fast. Long story short, I got this. I tried to contact Mr. Lance. We played phone tag a little bit. I removed one of the chairs. I didn't realize it was going to move so fast. Next thing I know, the other chair is gone, and I was assessed $262 for them to remove one chair. I think moving forward, the city, if they have problems with this stuff, they could maybe label that with a bright tag so people know they're in violation. I think $262 is a little excessive. I don't know. I'd open it up for questions. Plus, they characterized it as a couch, and it was 2 chairs and/or rubbish. The chairs were in good condition. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put them out there. Just trying to help the community. That's all I have.
Thank you. Make sure the city clerk has your address.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Please state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Justin Rudquist. I live on the northwest side of town, and I'm here due to a tree removal that was done at my property, my house. They put a tag on it because this was an ash tree, so I had to have it removed about a year ago. So I started on that. I hired a man to do it. And then as the process was halfway done, part of the tree was taken down, but not completely. I think the city stepped in and they removed it themselves or contracted somebody to. Of course, I've already paid the gentleman to do the work already, so now I'd be paying double. So I guess my request is to, appeal the assessment that the city made.
Thank you. Make sure that the city clerk has your address.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and invite any questions from council members or a motion. Councilmember Keen.
I think Andy had his hand up first.
That's okay.
Yeah, I just want to understand through staff or maybe through the clerk's office, the motion that's in front of us, how does it reflect the ones that are under, that have been spoken or written in? They are handed separately outside of this motion?
So when they file an appeal, that preserves their right to file that further to district court as we treat the street assessments. So the motion that you would, before you to adopt the assessment roll would include those particular parcels subject to their appeal to district court.
Okay, so there's nothing, no special mention in a motion that less the four or the numbers that are being challenged.
That's correct, the adoption of the assessment roll.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes, just a question in general to staff, maybe even the city attorney. He needs a little time in the sun tonight. You know, some of these things are, on the scale of things, it's not a lot of money, but it comes down to a matter of kind of right and wrong. You know, the truth maybe gets lost along the way sometimes, but the reality is if somebody has a $200 chair, an $800 tree, a gentleman that paid to have a tree removed, and all of a sudden somebody comes along and does it. You know, we have blanket rules and policies, but it isn't always blanket, so to speak. To the point, is there somebody that has the jurisdiction to look at these things as they come in and make a decision versus go through a whole bunch of time and effort? Just the time alone to spend tonight in your 4 hours, these people, you know, probably, you know, outweighs what a chair costs and things like that, and what our staff costs are. They seem trivial, and obviously you can't look at every single situation and like be weighing it out. I understand why we have policies, but I think you know the point I'm making. Does somebody just have the decision, look at like, hey, this was an oversight, this was a mistake, you know, what have you? Is there anybody that can just make that decision, or do they have to go through the whole chain of process over a $800 tree or $200 chair?
Mr. Spindler, Craig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Friedrichs, Council Mayor. Maybe a couple layers to your question. I would presume that kind of problem solving is done by every department that is dealing with these kinds of situations, and they're attempting to problem solve. And their preference is to not have any of these cases go to a contractor who's needing to provide this service. So I think I could confidently say that they're bending over backwards to try to avoid those situations. And yet we have ordinances that need to be effectuated. Some of these circumstances have neighbors or complaining parties who are part of the conversation, and I think departments are trying to find that appropriate balance, trying to give people enough time. So they do have the ability to problem solve and use discretion and judgment along the way.
I agree with what you said too, and I just want to say I agree that our staff is doing a good job of looking at these situations, and I hear shots fired at staff of ours that are doing a good job and working hard, and I don't feel right that they're not able to defend themselves when those shots are fired, whether it's people sitting up here or our staff members or so on, and you know they don't get a chance to just get up and speak their piece in their mind, and you know I agree. I think we have a lot of people doing a lot of great things that I've really witnessed in my last 11 months in the dais.
Councilmember Wall.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Keen's question, and this might be for Clerk Kasel. It's my understanding that the council could make a motion that exempted the 1, 2, 3, 4 properties from that list.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. My understanding of Councilmember Keen's question was what was the motion presented before?
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, I was prepared to make the motion. My question had to do with how would we deal with those, and I think those would be amendments to, if we were going to do anything like that. That was my thought, and that's why I was asking a clarifying question. So with that, could I put a motion on the table?
Let's hear from Mayor Norton first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had 3 points. I can only think of 2 of them off the top of my head, which happens when you start listening to other people talking. First, I just want to acknowledge that for a city, $800 or $230 doesn't seem like a lot of money. For an individual in the community, that can be a paycheck, that can be paying bills. So I don't want to make light of the amount of money that we're talking about here. It's significant for homeowners that live in our community. So I just want to make that point. And one of the things that has come up, not just today, but throughout the years, and I would say years at this point, is the timing of when we mail a letter to someone, they receive the mail, and the 10-day count is not working for people in this community. And we have heard that over and over the last few years. Mail sometimes doesn't get delivered for a week or 2 in some neighborhoods. And by the time they get it, they have almost no time to react to it. And I don't know how to solve that other than mail where when it's delivered, the time is stamped and they have 10 days from that. I know that costs more to do something like that. But I think we need to think of the fairness of the individual as well when it's amounts of money that can make or break people. So I just throw that out there. I know this isn't easy, and we're hearing from 4 or 5 people here today, and many people have been impacted. And I did think of the third thing, so I'm going to say that. We don't go out looking for problems, and this is a very touchy, because usually these things come to us because someone alluded to this, in the neighborhood has made a complaint. So that point often gets lost. It's not the city going out and just willy-nilly looking for people violating things. It's because what has happened is bothering someone in the neighborhood in such a manner that they felt the need to file the complaint. So that's not pointing the finger at anyone here. I just want that for the record so people understand why the city has approached them in the first place. Those were my points.
Thank you. Councilmember Keen?
I'd like to make a motion adopting the resolution levying proposed assessments for weed, snow removal, rubbish, tree removal under $1,000, secure property violation, and impounding towing assessed over a period of 1 year with an interest rate of 5%, tree removal over $1,000 and less than $5,000 assessed over 3 years with an interest rate of 5%, and tree removal over $5,000 assessed over 8 years with an interest rate of 5%.
Motion made by Councilmember Keen. Seconded by Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, based on some work gone today through the Park District, I'd like to make a motion to remove the assessment against properties at 1303 6th Street Southwest.
Second.
Yeah, there was some
amendment made by Councilmember Keen and seconded by Councilmember Miller.
There was some assessment done today by the Park and Forestry Department going through this, and I think there are some extenuating circumstances. I don't do this lightly, doing a move like this, because I don't want to set a precedent of, if you tell a good story on this, but I think there was some unique situations here that doesn't allow this to become a precedent that this group would be, just kind of without criteria making changes to staff decisions.
Other comments? Councilmember Miller.
Yeah, I'll just add, I appreciate the people who have come tonight, and I appreciate the work of staff to provide additional context. And I appreciate the mayor's comments as well of the timing of the notification when people are responding. I also had an email today from a homeowner who's not here tonight who learned via citation that thistle is an invasive species and a noxious weed as a new resident. So I do wonder how we can improve our process, how we can educate the public, empower the public, and also have the context of if an inspection shows up after the notice and work is in progress, to recognize the work of the homeowner or the resident to make some improvements and help guide them through that process, rather than coming to the letter of our ordinance and saying, well, the time's up. So I appreciate the comments. I'd love to have further conversation of that, but I also appreciate Councilmember Keen making the motion to exempt this property.
And were you speaking to that property, Councilmember Miller, the Thistle? Was that a part of that property? Okay.
Different property.
Okay. Clerk Keisel, what's the assessment for this in the 1300 6th Street?
I can help. It's $837
And 50 cents.
Okay.
and cents.
Any further comments? Councilmember Palmer.
Well, I'm going to amend the motion to include the other three properties not listed, and remove them from the list.
Second.
And can we specify which three those are? There were two other speakers on the item. You're speaking of those two?
I'd have to ask the clerk to give me the people who were here tonight.
So we had the two parcel numbers that I listed out in the beginning, Joe Jenkins and Justin Redquist. I don't
Okay.
know their parcel numbers offhand, but I'm assuming we can get that from their names from the tax roll.
Okay, motion has been made to amend the amendment by Councilmember Palmer. I think I heard a second from Councilmember Wall. Councilmember Keen?
I just have a question, and I don't know who the process question here. It is my understanding that because these came up today, it reserves the right to go to court. But is there also a city review of these that would come back at our next meeting, or is this that's already been done? Since these are a combination of parks and public works, I don't know who can respond. Tyler, the attorney.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Keen. Council members, I would invite Mr. Dingber to provide response too, but my presumption and my guidance to the departments would be that there's continued options to discuss, review, and consider alternatives. I don't say that with any sense of promise or encouraging that, but there would be that latitude.
I'd invite Mr. Nigba, just to clarify, there isn't a process where they would come back to us at the next meeting saying, we want these to go through. That's not part of the process.
Mr. Nigberg, please step forward.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. Historically, when the council's reviewed assessments like this and a question comes up about a particular property, they would defer that assessment until the next meeting while staff prepares a memo like you've seen tonight.
Yep.
And on those other parcels. We happen to have those assessments or those questions earlier on about the appeals. We provided the memos early on to you, so you had that information to wait tonight. The other parcels, we just heard about that today.
Yeah.
So we didn't have any information for you.
Thank you.
Can I just add, based on your motion, though, that is not what would happen, based on the current amendment. They're just removed from the tax rolls based on the current motion.
Just to clarify, if the current amendment passes.
Right.
Okay.
That's.
And the current amendment is to the First Amendment, which is the 1300 6th Street Southeast parcel, correct?
Yes.
Point of order, I think the amendment on the table right now would be to make all properties that we've heard from exempt, or like take them off the roll.
Okay. Councilmember, go ahead.
The reason that I would like to move this tonight and take care of this, because we've heard from the citizens who have spoken, and I don't want to delay it, and then in 2 weeks have them come back and open up the hearing again and then discuss it. To me, it just makes more sense and probably better for our citizens that we take these four who came down here and move them off the roll.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, I hear what we're talking about, but I'm not going to be able to support this tonight. I'm still, I mean, when we have these kind of hearings now, we're hearing about the people that are affected by the punishment side of this, but we're not hearing from the other side that the idea that this, why did our predecessors put these rules on the books? Because it does make for a better community not to have things out on the edge or to take care of lawns and not have to secure properties. And based on that, I don't want to do kind of blanket exceptions. I'd want to do specialized. So I don't know where we'll be with this, but I'm not going to support it.
Other comments? Councilmember Wall.
I will support the amendment in that it sounds from the people themselves that they tried to abate the problems, either removing part of the furniture, not understanding that some furniture, or cutting down trees, or making sure shrubs. They have tried. And not only that, they've gone to the extraordinary effort of coming to testify before a council, probably not solely on a matter of money, but for justice. And I would be with Mr. Palmer and saying, let's just provide that tonight.
Any further discussion? I guess I need a little more clarification. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Kasel, so the first amendment that Councilmember Keen discussed, the 6th Avenue, that one has been through the assessment, and the other 3 that we heard later tonight, they're in process now, is that correct?
All of the work has been completed on all of the properties.
Okay.
So the 1303, the first motion to remove that particular one, and then the amendment was to add an additional.
No, I get where it is. I'm just, is there a distinction between the 4 properties?
No.
As far as the process
No.
goes? Okay. Councilmember Keen?
I guess I understand what Clerk Case was saying, but I think there is a distinction in that staff did a review today looking at, because they were aware of this one on 6th Street Southwest, and they had come back saying this would not set a precedent or would not do these other things. So I actually think, from the way my thinking process goes, that these are different.
Okay, so then to clarify a little further, so if we did not pass this amendment, those 3 properties would go through the process that Mr. Nygberg discussed and come back to us for then a possible amendment to relieve them of the fee.
No. They would be, based on that amendment, they would be included in the tax roll. You would have to make a separate motion or an amendment, another amendment, to remove them and bring them back to a later date.
Got it.
Can we call the question?
We will call the question
Roll
on
call.
the amendment to include all the other 3 properties that were mentioned during the public hearing. Did you ask for a roll call?
Please.
Clerk Kasel, please call the roll.
Councilmember Keen.
Nay.
Councilmember Miller.
Nay.
Councilmember Wall.
Aye.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Doring.
Aye.
Council President Schubring.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. So now we have the amendment that includes all 4 properties.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. So Clerk Kasel, please call the roll on the original amendment.
Councilmember Keen.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Wall.
Aye.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Doring.
Aye.
Council President Schubring.
Aye. Can we do something about the feedback? Where's that coming from? Ah, there we go. Now, we are back to the original motion, and any further discussion with amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes. Thank you. Moving on to G3, which is the certification of collection with taxes for unpaid administrative citations for weed and snow removal.
So this is the second of the public hearings. This is for administrative citations for weed and snow, as you indicated. In addition to this public hearing, administrative citations are also given another opportunity to appeal within 10 days of the fine. There's been one appeal filed tonight, which was sent to council. It doesn't have a property address, but the property ID is 642333084024 256.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and invite my colleagues to ask questions of staff or invite a motion.
I'll make a motion adopting a resolution levying parcels for proposed assessments for weed removal, administrative fines, project number 705-12601, and snow removal, administrative fines, project number 705-22601, assessed over a period of 1 year with an interest rate of 5%.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Keen, seconded by Councilmember Wall. Councilmember Keen?
No, nothing to add.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. G4, certification for collection of taxes for collection with taxes of unpaid utility charges, electric, sewer, water, and stormwater.
This is the final public hearing for tonight. These are for Rochester Public Utilities unpaid bills. We have received no objections to this point in the hearing for these.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and invite my colleagues for questions or a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution levying the proposed assessments for unpaid utility charges assessed over a period of 1 year with an interest rate of 5%.
Moved by Councilmember Doring. Seconded by Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember Doring, any further? Councilmember Palmer.
I have a question for RPU. This seems to be a long list, and it seems to be $85 is a lot of them. Is there any reason or rationale for that?
I don't have an immediate answer to that question without familiarity with these counts. I'd have to get back to you on that answer.
Do you think that this is a larger list than usual, or is this common, or not really? You don't know?
In my experience, this is in line with the past few years of what we've seen for unpaid utility bills that are tax assessed. So I don't think this is unusually large.
And does this mean that they no longer have electrical use in their home or apartment?
No, many of these would still be active accounts where collections has not been possible through our normal means, and so they've been moved to tax assessments. So many of these are active customers, I would imagine, that are still receiving service.
So how would they get disconnected?
We are in the winter season, so we are not doing disconnects actively, and so a tax assessment is one means of collections of unpaid utility accounts during this part of the season. During the summer or non-winter season, there would be disconnects with many of these, and many of these accounts likely have been through disconnection already this season without any successive recovery of the unpaid bills.
Okay. And just to be clear, I don't want you disconnecting people in the wintertime. I understand state law, so thank you.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Miller.
So another question for Mr. McCullough. I've asked this, I believe, in different ways, but what does RPU do to monitor the cost-burdened utility payers?
We work with cost-burdened utility payers to connect them to services through Three Rivers and other agencies for income-qualified assistance. We are at a time of year, if I could go a little bit further in the answer, where traditional funds have not been available through LIHEAP and other federal dollars. With the passage of the federal continuation bill, I believe there are LIHEAP dollars returning here as well. So we work with customers and try and connect them with services in the community, both through charitable means and available other dollars.
And so that's a one-by-one engagement. with customers. Are there any reports that RPU has of the rate of cost burden utility payers? Do you track that? Is there an ability to report that to us?
Yes, we could provide that data to the council.
Thank you.
I'll take that as a point of follow-up.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to G5, which is Historic Landmark Designation 225 Northwest First Avenue, Central Park. And our presenter is Miss Molly Patterson Lundgren.
Or
Miss Irene Woodward.
Good evening, Council President, Mayor, members of Council. This item before you is looking at the historic designation for Central Park. This item came before the mayor requested that Molly Patterson Lundgren and HPC look at Central Park and designation of it as a landmark back in July. And so this has gone to the HPC. There was an eligibility study completed by Ms. Patterson Lundgren. It was reviewed by the HPC and recommended for approval as a landmark. Under the two historic significance under criteria 1 and 5, which I will on the next slide have a little bit details on that. And also in addition that the period retains historic integrity. And the period of significance for this was identified as 1856 to 1946. And so the historic integrity aligns with those years as well. In terms of historic significance, it is under criteria 1, which is character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or culture characteristics of the city, state, or United States. And it really has to deal with the idea of the public square. It was identified back on an early plat and identified in that area and making sure, and that has retained over time. And it also falls under criteria 5 in terms its embodiment of distinguishing characteristics of architectural style, period, form, and treatment. And once again, the public square as an urban form falls within this criteria, and how it has remained kind of that public square over the years and continued to be used in that regard. And once again, for historic integrity, these are the 7 different items that are evaluated as part of the historic integrity. There is more details in the attached eligibility study. I won't go into details in each one of them, but for that period of historic significance, the historic integrity aligns with both of those things. That is the quick summary. Before you, the suggested action is approving the designation as a historic landmark and then directing the city attorney to prepare an ordinance. I will be available for any questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Woodward. This is a public hearing, and I will go to my sign-up sheet to start with, and we have Barb Hudson.
Good evening, council members. Central Park has been the heart of Rochester for the last 169 years. The parcel was donated as a public square to be preserved in perpetuity. Any changes in use and the property ownership reverts back to Mr. Lowry's heirs, who are living and present. Landmarking it ensures that it remains vibrant, accessible, and a welcoming community square for many more generations to come. It has been recognized as a community-centered public square since the birth of Rochester. That has not changed. Its footprint is exactly the same as it was 169 years ago. The mighty bur oak trees that were planted there for shade and respite are still there over 100 years. The diagonal walkways are still there. Horseshoe pits are still in use there today. Rochester citizens continue to enjoy community events in this public square. Central Park has always been recognizable and distinctive features of Rochester community. It's a point of orientation and reference for citizens as well as visitors. The dictionary defines a landmark as having a special character or special historic or aesthetic interest or value as part of the development, heritage, or culture characteristics of a city. It's been on Rochester's historic inventory for the last 8 years. For all the facts I've outlined here, I hope you will agree it deserves recognition as a Rochester landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Barry Skolnick.
Hi, all. Nice to see you. I just wanted to deal with the only controversy really about this property, because again, I think it definitely deserves landmarking. It's our oldest park.
Mr. Skolnick, can you get a little closer?
I said,
Yep, there we
I
go.
just
Thank
wanted
you.
to deal with the only controversy about this park, and it's definitely the oldest park, and I think the trees are still the same trees that were there at the beginning. So I personally think it definitely deserves landmarking. Again, it's our oldest park, and when you compare it, for example, with Soldiers Field Park, there was also a question about historical integrity because it had changed somewhat, although most of the features were still the same. And this is sort of like Soldiers Field Park, which was approved unanimously by the city council when that came up about a year or so ago. And I just want to mention Michael Coop's letter. I know he said that he felt that it wasn't deserved because of historical integrity. However, I think there's a big caveat there. And I actually spoke to him after I found out about the letter on the phone. And he said it was a very borderline situation. You could have gone either way on that. And I asked him, well, why didn't you just give us the benefit of the doubt if it's so judgmental? And he said, well, I didn't like the fact that the house, the famous house that said that was put into the park, he felt that removed the history to it. And I told him that I don't agree with that because that house is the second oldest house in Rochester as a residence. And it was the same time period as the park. And it was moved from three or so blocks away. So the idea that that defaces it, I think it complements the park because it gives an educational function to the park and shows exactly the kind of house that existed in the community when the park was there in its beginning years. So I think that it really deserves, I think, again, they complement each other. It's like an educational tool, and it shows both the history and that those buildings, that house is both nationally landmarked and locally landmarked. So to me, it's the best of both worlds rather than hurting it. I think it helps it and enhances the park. So I strongly favor adopting this proposal and making it a landmark, and I think we should approve it. And hopefully we'll get the first and second reading as fast as possible so that we can actually finally make this park what it deserves, which is to be landmarked. Anyway, thank you very much. And
Thank you,
hopefully we'll do
Mr. Skolnick. Next, we have Mr. John Creasel.
Mr. President, members of the council, Madam Mayor, to say the least, I totally support and compliment Barbara with all the efforts that she has put forth and fighting to see that this, our first park, is given landmark status. Also support Barry as much as I can. And I'm not being cynical with that. We talk daily, and oftentimes maybe too much, Barry. But that said, talking about the Barry, I've got the mic. So and to talk about the importance of this gathering space. It's always been a gathering space forever. And let us not forget that if we didn't modify some gathering spaces with running water, indoor plumbing, that wasn't there initially, and even electricity, then these modifications would have made the gathering space less acceptable and less useful to the community. Thank you all very much. So I'm asking for support and for giving it its landmark status. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kreisel. Next, we have Ms. Bunny Kettlecamp.
Hi there, I'm Sean Kettlecamp, the researcher at the History Center of Olmsted County. I'm in favor of this becoming a landmark in Rochester. Central Park was a gift to the city of Rochester in 1856 by William Lowry. His home was actually where Kmart was. What we know now as the Graham estate. But as far as that, this was just a little square in the parcel of his land that went all the way down past the clinic and the old Kaufman building and everything. It was a huge land holding, but he gave this little parcel to be the public square. And as they've said, it's listed as such on the maps in the early maps of Rochester. But in the 1850s, Rochester was fiercely divided into Upper Town and Lower Town, North and South. On June 20th, 1868, the Rochester Post ran an article reminiscing about Rochester's first days, and it said that the feelings then were as bitter as the feuds between the Scotch Highlands and Lowlands. But by the 1860s, the jealousies had been subsided, and the border between Upper and Lower Town ran roughly where the Chicago Northwestern Railroad is. And the courthouse of Lower Town was where the Avalon Hotel is today. And with the warming feelings in the 1860s, the public square that was given by William Lowry, who is now deceased, the name was changed on all the maps to Central Park because it was the central point between the Upper Town and Lower Town. And so, the harsh feelings and everything had gone away. And so I'm hoping and praying that you will see fit to make this a landmark in Rochester, Minnesota, for all time. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Step forward, state your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lucy Kreisel, and really I don't have much to add. I just want to echo these leaders who just spoke and all of the work that Barb Hudson has done to really elevate what this park has meant to the community. And I'm thinking about, the Olmsted County History Center is having their 100th next year, right? Did I get that right? Yeah, they're having their 100th anniversary next year. And Chateau just had its 98th, and I'm just thinking, this really is demonstrative of where we've come from. So I think about, the navel of the city, the origins, and I also hear a lot in the bike lanes and in Mayo, Forward Unbound, a lot of asks in our community for more places of respite and reflection. And so I think that this is a really ideal location and place to provide that in perpetuity. So I just want to echo what everyone else just shared. And thank you, Barb, so much for your hard work in providing context for how significant this is to where we are today. So I'm in favor of landmarking the park, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this? Go ahead. You didn't use your 5 minutes.
It was just said at the beginning when they moved the Whiting House into, it's now known as the Heritage House, into Central Park, that the idea had been at the start that they were going to try and save some of these historic homes in Rochester and surround Central Park with historic homes. And it was found to be so much trouble and so hard just to get that one, that it ended up in the park, and it was difficult to get the land going around the park to do that. So that.
Thank
that's
you
my
for that bit of history.
add.
One final call. This is a public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and Mayor Norton.
Thank you. Thanks to the folks who have testified. And I appreciate the work that the department, Molly, Barb, and others have done digging through the history and bringing this back to us. I found it fitting as I was listening to the testimony about the upper and lower town and the fights within. And part of what I found ironic was that the woman that we're going to honor with a statue in this park's middle name or maiden name was Hatfield. And I was thinking of the Hatfield and McCoys, but I don't think it was McCoys in Rochester. But Amelia Hatfield Witherstein's statue is here. It is sitting at Essex Park in a warehouse waiting for approval and for some granite to be procured and placed in the park. And along with the 100th birthday and the 90th birthday, when I started on this path to do the Statues for Equality project to recognize a woman of history in this community, it was in the year of the 100 years since women got the right to vote. And that's what started me down this path in the first place. I did not realize it would take 5 years to go from start to finish on a project like this, but indeed it did. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for the work that they've done and really ask for the support of the council for this designation.
Councilmember Keene.
Question for staff. There was that in the one of the testifiers talked about the comment in the thing that the SHPO's comments indicated that lacked historical integrity. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you. So as part of the landmark process, we send everything, the eligibility studies, to the SHPO, and they provide a letter. One of the items that was noted in the letter in terms of historic integrity was the fact that the Whiting House was located within the park. And that structure, just to also note, is on the National Register of Historic Places, and that was done in 1980. And so they viewed that as having some impact on the historic integrity. I will say that the HPC did review that SHPO letter and had a robust discussion and felt that the integrity was intact and that that structure is not necessarily contributing to the overall park, so it is considered a non-contributing feature to the park.
Okay, thank you. And then another thing from the narrative is the property's period of significance is 1856 to 45. I'm trying to understand 1945 is like what ends it there, or how did that come to be?
So it was a little bit of looking at overall integrity of the property and the history. And around 1945 is when there was a decision to drill the well and the pump house.
Okay.
And so some of those things started to make some of those changes. So that has an impact on some of the significance and integrity. So, but the period of time before that really remains. And so that's the strongest part of that history, and wanting to make sure that the period of significance is really looking at that area.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I understand that. My last question had to do with, and I don't know if you can handle this as parks, but as this will be our third park if we designate it, what sort of responsibility is park and forestry taking on by having these historic sites under their care?
So if there's any improvements that are proposed for the park, depending on the extent of those improvements, they can either be reviewed at a staff level by Ms. Patterson-Lundgren, or if there's an extent that was something that would be a major alteration, it would need to be reviewed by the HPC as a certificate of appropriateness. So we have a process in place. We have consulted with the Parks Department as we've moved along, so they are aware of this study as well, along with some of their other parks, and are familiar with the process.
And I don't know if this is you or maybe Parks, as we move from 0 parks with designation and maybe get to our third, is there a cost in place that we should understand with this, or is it really, as long as there's no major changes, we should be, we're maintaining them the same as we did before? I'm really looking for Parks to respond if you could.
Mr. Niegberg.
Thank you for that question. The reality is that if we do the maintenance as under the current, in this case, Central Park, there's really no additional costs that we're going to incur, because maintaining the structures itself, roofing, et cetera, will continue on as planned. Again, as Irene talked about, Mr. McGrew talked about, if we're doing some major changes to the park itself, there will be costs for that because we'll need to go through the process with HPC. They may have some additional criteria that we need to abide by. But again, we aren't planning on anything like that at this point in time.
Very good, thank you.
Councilmember Palmer.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion approving the designation of Central Park as an historic landmark as detailed in the eligibility studies report and directing the city attorney to prepare an ordinance for first reading as soon as possible.
Motion made by Councilmember Palmer, seconded by Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember Palmer.
I think everything's been said. Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
I just have a question for Mr. Nigber, following up on Mr. Keene's questions. When would this park otherwise be due for master plan study, update, consideration of uses, connectivity to downtown?
Great question. So we went through a master planning process with LGR, the LGR group. I think that was in 2000 and, I might get it wrong, 16, I believe it was. And in that master plan process, they laid out a series of improvements, more taking the gazebo, for example, and putting it closer to the house, adding some art in the park. So things that are not major changes, adding shuffleboard, for example, versus the horseshoes, things that are more contemporary. So not a lot of changes that way. As you know, the bus around the park changed some things out there. That will be modified back when that gets all resolved. But again, there's no plans for modifying it further. Connectivity to the other parks in downtown area, there's really no changes for that unless the council wants to go through some First Avenue changes for bike plans, things like that.
Thank you. And I plan to support this. I just, I do question because Ms. Hudson brought up the horseshoe pits. And I see that as a recreational use, but I wonder at what point that is allowed to change, as Mr. Kriesel also mentioned, modernization, electrification, running water, et cetera. So I think the central point in my mind is that this is a prime gathering space in downtown. We want to preserve it. Even bringing the house in helps tell the history of Rochester. But I do hope that we have this idea that it is a central gathering place downtown. As downtown evolves, the uses of horseshoe pits, et cetera, what recreation looks like are very different today and into the future. And so as long as that maintains its place as a relevant place that's connected to downtown, provides recreation, respite, I'm fully in support of this.
Was there a question in there about the horseshoe?
There was a motion.
pit? No.
We're already in discussion.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fredericks.
I want to say thank you to the historic preservation community. I've gotten to know your faces quite a bit, and just I want to thank you for being an advocate for these important pieces of our community. A lot of things have been lost in the past. It's nice to not see things continue to get lost, and it's an obvious piece of property that needs to be enrolled in this historic preservation. But I'm actually surprised it took this long too. So I just wanted to say, glad we're getting it done. Better late than never.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. We are taking a 6-minute break.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Andy, she actually wants us all to look good.
Exactly.
Okay, we are back in session and we are on item G6, which is a vacation petition by Olmsted Medical Center. Staff, Mr. McGill.
Thank you, President Schubring, Mayor Norton, members of the council, good evening. I'm Desmond McGill with Community Development. I'll bring you this application tonight. The subject application is a request from an adjoining property owner, OMC. They are requesting to vacate a public right-of-way. The subject right-of-way sought to be vacated is a 450-foot stretch of 19th Avenue Southeast, south of College Parkway Southeast, which roadway improvements are not intended to be extended in the future. The corridor does have sewer, water, and electric facilities and a 10-foot wide multi-use path that runs along the east side. Prior to the recording of the vacation resolution, the applicant will need to record a public utility easement and pedestrian facility easement to accommodate those facilities. The applicant is the underlying owner of the west 33 feet of the subject right-of-way, and the state of Minnesota owns the 33 feet on the east side. OMC has executed a purchase contract with the state to acquire the 33 feet east on the east side, subject to council approval of this application and staff approval of a concurrently running meets and bounds lot line adjustment, which will create a new lot within that right-of-way area. Once the parcel has been created, the sale of the property to OMC will occur. And upon taking ownership, the OMC will then record the necessary easements for this area, for the water line, sewer line, and pedestrian facilities. So once those easements have been recorded, staff will release the resolution for the recording. OMC Medical Center seeks to incorporate the right-of-way areas for a future parking lot expansion for their facility. We have not received any objection from any utility providers for this. And the Development Committee is recommending approval of this application subject to one condition of approval, and that is for the recordation of the easements prior to the recordation of this vacation resolution. So that concludes my introduction. I'd be happy to answer any questions after the public hearing.
Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant here? Step forward and state your name, and you have 10 minutes to discuss the item. You don't have to use all 10 minutes, but, and you want to push the button a little harder until it turns green. There we go.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Andy O'Hare. I'm with HGA Architects and Engineers, and we're working with Olmsted Medical Center on this project. I don't really have anything to add. I think it's been described pretty fully, but I'm here to help answer any questions if there's any questions.
All right, we'll.
At one point I would like to make, the street easement really doesn't lead anywhere. The rest of the street easement to the south has been redeveloped and is no longer there. So it's kind of the future road to nowhere.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and invite council members if you have questions for the applicant or staff or a motion on this item. Councilmember Palmer.
I'll make a motion adopting a resolution approving a vacation petition number CD 2025-007 VAC by Olmsted Medical Center, OMC, with one condition: to vacate a 66-foot wide public right-of-way, approximately 450 feet in length, dedicated for the 19th Avenue Southeast Street alignment south of College Parkway Southeast.
Motion made by Councilmember Palmer and seconded by Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember Palmer, any more to add?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Keene.
Yeah, I just want to understand that they talked about that they need a utility easement, which means it would be on private property. And I just want to make sure that there is no utility in the right-of-way at this point.
mean, there are utilities in. Thank you. My apologies. Yes, there are currently utilities in the right-of-way right now. There's water, there's sewer, and there is also an electric utility line in that, and also the pedestrian easement on the east side. So the easements for those facilities need to be established prior to staff being able to take the resolution down and record that with the county.
Oh, thank you for that. And can you tell me, I mean, we have the condition that it has to be established, but how, is that implied that the utilities will be moved, or how is that going to happen?
No, the utilities will not be moved.
What is the new easement for then?
For the existing utilities that are there today.
All right, so you're saying that it'll be a vacated right-of-way, and then that same place will become the easement?
Correct.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to G7, Growth Management Map Amendment. Oh, is that the right? Yep. Ms. Taryn Edens.
Good evening, members of the council, council president, mayor, Taryn Edens with the Community Development Department. I'm here to bring you a growth management update presentation. This is a public hearing as well. So generally, I'm going to provide a lot of context and spend some time at the end talking about what the changes are. So this is part of our comprehensive plan. The comp plan includes growth management strategy for the city of Rochester in a couple of ways. It does provide guidance and direction as to where urban growth should occur. It identifies the land needed to meet those future development demands, and as well as facilitate the efficient use of land. So I've said this before, but the comprehensive plan is the foundation of all of our guiding documents for the city, as you can see demonstrated in that image here. What is a growth management map? You'll see an image of our existing one, and I'll show you the updated changes shortly or at the end of the presentation. Essentially, it establishes the area that will be potentially affected by future growth outside of the city of Rochester. It provides guidance and direction on where we should grow in the next 30 to 50 years, and it highly considers the availability and accessibility of infrastructure to grow in those areas. It's very important for a number of reasons. It is indeed a strategic priority of the council to be thoughtful on our growth, to be fiscal stewards in that way, and to specifically guide future sewer investment, which informs annexation requests. Growth management is specifically a way that we apply our comprehensive plan. Is it a tool to implement that and provides it and apply that growth strategy? So some context for you. In 2021, some options for where we should grow were brought to council. They were specifically around sanitary sewer extension or upgrading. At that time, the council agreed and elected to proceed with the extension of the West Zumbro, I'll call it West Zumbro Phase 1 for this evening. Why that was important or what happened from that decision is essentially we aligned our multi-year capital improvement plan to align with that directive. So what came of that was investment in 65th Street, 50th Avenue, the sewer sanitary CIP, and sections of 19th Street Northwest. So this is important to understand what happens after you make these decisions, and it guides, once again, where we grow in multiple ways. A big one is sanitary sewer. I also think it's good to keep in mind when we're talking about context that our growth management map isn't very old. It's less than 10 years old. It was adopted in 2018 when we adopted our comprehensive plan, and it's been updated once. I'll also talk about amendments we've made along the way, but it's just good to keep that in mind that we are making recommendations to improve this, recognizing it's 8 or so years old. Other things to keep in mind, since it was adopted, we completed a sanitary sewer master plan, which guided and gave some more information on where we should grow, considering constraints and expenses to do that. We then updated our growth management map in 2021 to align with that study, and the council gave direction on where we should grow. And that West Zumbro extension began, and it was completed in 2023, which, just for interesting context, that's also when the UDC was adopted. So that's what occurred as a result of making that decision, and is good to keep in mind. Another takeaway I want to make from this is It takes time to get these things done, right? It took 2 years for you to give us that direction and complete that extension. We're always looking 2 years ahead, which is a reason why this is before you this evening, right? Essentially, we're going to be moving forward so that the map reflects West Zumbro Extension 2, and that needs to be done as a precursor to doing that work, essentially. And any additional work or asks will come before you, but this needs to happen before that. So it's continuing that direction. Just as well, the growth management map does align with our proposed capital improvement plan that you will be considering at your next council meeting. And then anytime we do these updates, we consider additional opportunity for general maintenance in general, where we found we can't service or we can service, we make those little tweaks along the way. I thought it'd be interesting to share as well what we saw with West Zumbro Phase 1. I should point out that we didn't wrap that up in 2026, so my mistake for the record, it was completed in 2023. But we saw a lot of development, all of it residential. So these numbers reflect approved units, so just want to be clear, they're not built, but they are approved. So over 947 units have been approved as a result of this, and we know of 900 more additionally in the pipeline, and that's just residential, right? So once again, seeing action from these decisions in this way. With West Zumbro Phase 2, the timeline you'd be looking at, once again, 2-year process. We wouldn't see construction and design until 2027. So that would be one of the following steps after your consideration of this amendment this evening. So I mentioned we've made some amendments along the way, and we're thoughtful on how often we want to make map updates. At first, we had the intention of doing it with a comprehensive plan, but we're sort of adapting and we don't necessarily always want to be tied to that. It really just sort of depends on things, and I'll talk about that as we go. But whenever we consider amendments, we are always ensuring they align with these 4 guiding kind of policies and principles. The proposed development certainly has to demonstrate a need. We're not reacting to every request. They have to demonstrate that there is a need and there's difficulty in finding suitable land outside of this proposed development. We have to ensure that there is adequate infrastructure and utility to service the proposal. It has to be consistent with both our comprehensive plan and any other guiding documents, and we're not creating negative impacts from these decisions. So just wanted to be clear that when we do make amendments, they are thoroughly vetted and not reactive to everything that comes before us. So with that, we had 8 amendments since we last updated the growth management map, which is just interesting to share. You'll notice kind of the variety and the sizes of those developments, which is interesting for a number of reasons. All of these were essentially reviewed and supported by our development review team based on the availability of infrastructure. And certainly they're good examples of where our growth management map wasn't necessarily accurately representing availability and where we could service. Why is that? A lot of it is because these developments are smaller scale. They take less requirements of our, say, sanitary systems to support them. So when they're smaller in scale, we can more easily support them versus more dense development. So from that, we specifically gathered additional input. Some of this was leading up to this evening. Some of it was from the comprehensive plan, and some of it was since 2021. But certainly, we vet this information and these decisions with all city departments on to make sure we're aligning with their plans for growth and their goals as well. Specifically, in this case, since we're making the recommendation to proceed with West Zumbro Phase 2 in the growth management map to recognize growth in that location specifically, we did reach out to property owners to invite discussion and essentially just verify that there is an interest to develop those properties. With the comprehensive plan update, we got general feedback from the development community around different variety of uses that are interested in developing in our community. And then as part of this process, this went to the Planning and Zoning Commission last Wednesday and was approved. So what have we learned after gathering all of this feedback? We've learned a couple of things. Generally, the way our growth management map has existed, it's kind of drawn a hard line of where we can grow now and grow in 15 years. So the ask was, can there be more options to better manage edge growth expectations? There was discussion around refining our interim development policy. What that is, essentially gives us the opportunity to consider developments on a case-by-case basis that are outside of our city limits. And there are generally situations where there are better candidates for interim development than others. So it was more guidance on when is it a good situation to consider interim development. And that led to our proposal of creating a near-term capacity-constrained designation. So these are the designations that are included in the growth management map. There used to be 3, now there are 4, and they essentially just describe at what point we can service this area. So near term means essentially services are readily available. It can support urban style development. Near-term capacity constrained are areas with access to sanitary sewer, but they would require some upgrades essentially to fully service it, or a sewer extension is included in our 6-year capital improvement plan. A long-term designation means that we can serve it within the next 10 to 25 years, and then urban reserve beyond 2050 means we do plan to grow there, but we do not plan to service it beyond the year 2050. Often those cases where we're not going to reach until later, like urban reserve, are good candidates for interim development. Okay, so I'm going to spend time on this slide, and this essentially shows you our current map and our proposed map, and the question will be, well, what changed? The biggest thing, as you'll notice, sort of indicated in the red square there, is where we are suggesting be transitioned to near-term development as a result of Council's direction to proceed with West Zumbro Phase 2 sewer extension. In running some estimate numbers on what would result from this change specifically just in West Zumbro Phase 2, it could free up some land for development opportunities as indicated. It could create the opportunity to develop 107 acres for industrial uses, about 469 for residential uses, which we took some estimates just to give a conservative estimate, and it could result in about 2,800 single-family units, and then support 273 acres of mixed-use development. So this is sort of important to note the difference between West Zumbro Phase 2 and West Zumbro Phase 1. Phase 1 was just residential, right? In this case, this development is near existing roadways that can support higher amounts of traffic and transportation. Therefore, it's appropriate to support other uses like mixed-use, commercial, industrial. Specifically, it's near a future Highway 14 interchange. It intersects 60th. So it's more appropriate to consider alignment with other uses in this case. Other things that have changed besides that big clear moving from long-term to near-term in that area, we did some cleanups. You might notice minor changes where we move something from near-term to long-term or vice versa, where we've realized there are different constraints to accessing that land or servicing it, I should say. The other big change is going to be where we indicated areas are near-term constrained, right? So wherever you see the green hatched areas.
Can you
whoops.
Pause for
Yep.
a minute. Councilmember Fredericks.
I feel like I'm drinking from a fire hose here. Okay, I just want to know quickly, tell me about 273 acres mixed use. Tell me what that, just for clarity for me and the public.
Yeah, mixed use means it can support commercial and residential, right? So mixed use is a specific land use category or zoning district that we have that's designed to support commercial plus, I'll call it. So we took a look at future land use. That was part of the comprehensive plan update. Too fast, sorry.
Nope, you're okay. Just take specific examples of what that looks like.
Yeah, that could be an office building, for example, an office apartment combo, a business district, could be a number of things. So commercial businesses typically.
Yep, that's good.
Continue.
Okay. Development, near-term development constrained is going to be the green hatched areas on the map. So once again, this is the change that we are recommending. And essentially what it means is we're considering those to be areas where we know of potential development opportunities. We've made conscious changes in land use or zoning to support different development in that area, and where new uses might be found that require, frankly, less infrastructure capacity, particularly sanitary. So an example of this would be in Southeast, sort of by Shops on Main, if you're familiar. It's a space where we could serve a use that would be dry commercial. That could be like a warehouse with 2 bathrooms, right? So that doesn't require a lot of sanitary capacity. We could technically service that. It doesn't take a lot from us if it was a lower use, essentially, if that makes sense. If it was an overall urban development, it would be a different story. So we can essentially be a bit more flexible and assess those developments on a case-by-case scenario. And that's sort of what we've learned from growth management map amendments, that there are certain areas that are more appropriate for that. Things to keep in mind, in this map, entire parcels are indicated in the green hatch, but technically the entire area wouldn't necessarily be serviced through urban development. It could be a portion of that parcel. Just want to look at my other things to keep in mind here. Once again, previously, hard lines were drawn on our map that said we can either service it now or in 10 to 25 years. And so this is a way for us to recognize those small-scale opportunities that frankly align with our goals, but do not have a severe financial impact on the city to service those areas. In conclusion, there's certainly some caveats to keep in mind here that you're probably familiar with, and you might hear more about that this evening. One, in fact, is some of our bonding priorities. As you realize, we have a specific bonding priority to increase our capacity at the East Zumbro Sewer District. Certainly, if that were to be fulfilled, we would have to reprioritize where we grow. So just keep in mind that that is a consideration. And just as well, we are considering land use map designation. So when we make these recommendations and we consider changes, we're ensuring that the land is suitable for the different uses that are being proposed there. So that's some of the work we do ahead of this and want to make sure that's understood. What will be the outcomes of your decision or consideration tonight? This does align with the capital improvement plan that will be presented to you. There are more opportunities for adaptability of small-scale development and growth plans. So once again, the near-term constraint gives us some flexibility on a case-by-case scenario to ensure all of our goals are met. And then finally, this continues a plan for growth management that gives us fiscal responsibility, supports our housing and development goals, and it's a continuation of that. So with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Terrence. I do have a question to start here. So one of the things that, and this is a question on the whole concept of the growth management map.
Point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, this is a public hearing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Keene, and thank you, colleagues. We will go to the public hearing. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and invite Ms. Terrence back up. And we will entertain questions from the council. And I'll start off. Thank you, colleagues. So my question on the growth management map, it seems to be all about edge development. And so my question is, I do like the near-term capacity constrained, but I know there are some infill. I mean, we have 60 acres right out the door here with the Kmart MP site that are capacity constrained maybe. And so why aren't those on the map as potential growth opportunities?
And just to make sure, specifically, you're asking why they are or are not?
Well, I don't see them on there. Why they're not?
Yeah, essentially, it's just not the intention of the growth management map to provide direction on growth within the city limits. This is specifically to talk about where we should prioritize outward growth. So conversations around infill and supporting that is frankly a prioritization and a different discussion that's not requiring additional investment. And then I would ask a friend for follow-up on that.
Is there follow-up on that? I guess what I would say is it kind of gives, I look at Rochester and I say, you know, we are 55 square miles. We are a tight little community, and one of the values of our community is that you can get from northeast edge to downtown in 8 minutes, and I don't think this is really expanding us a lot, but it creates a sense of that's the only way to grow. And so I would really encourage staff to somehow incorporate infill development into our thinking when it comes to growth in the city, and not just edge, and whether that means, you know, incorporating them together or bringing them side by side so that we see there is infill, there is edge development. So.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The only thing I would add perhaps is I recognize that it's a city council priority specifically to find ways to incentivize infill development. So we recognize that that's a need, but I understand your point.
Ms. Woodward.
I would just also note this is intended for kind of that edge growth and how we grow. The other way that we incentivize density is through our UDC and zoning. And so that has already been done in those areas to look at infill. And this is really looking at how we expect to grow over time.
Thank you. Mr. Nienberger.
Thank you, Council
Niemeyer.
President. I also just wanted to add that the sanitary sewer master plan also gives more detail on some of those constraints and what development may or may not be able to proceed inside of the city limits. So those levels of detail are available in published reports.
Thank you. Councilmember Miller.
Yeah, I have a question following up on Council President Schubring's question about timing of this map, and I think the granularity is nice, but I'm curious about the financial analysis that's on track for presentation maybe early next year, looking at cost of service provision. I mean, again, thinking about our transportation systems, the request from the library to provide services farther out. How is a financial analysis of the growth management map beyond the cost of sanitary sewer being incorporated into this analysis? And is this the right time versus waiting for that report to come back to us?
Ms. Woodward.
Thank you for the question. So we are starting to look at more of a fiscal analysis as it relates to the maintenance of facilities and what does that look like into next year. And there will be a presentation before City Council at that point. I would note, I think this update is needed as we are kind of looking at some of those other opportunities of where we can see some of that smaller development. And I think that is why these are smaller tweaks. I think if there's a larger policy discussion about overall growth, but I think this is really updating an existing policy if we've really looked at growth management and how we're doing that going forward.
Councilmember Keene.
Thank you. You talk about the importance of the map for like guiding municipal investments on that 1 to 7 year and how the long lead times. Do we also use this to communicating the boundary to outside landowners?
Yes, in short, we do. Right. This is used to guide discussions. Typically. Frankly, this map is shared with edge growth and property owners. And so, frankly, sometimes we see these open up or close conversations early on. So yes, we use this tool specifically to talk to folks that own property outside city limits.
Yeah, I would think that's an important part of it. And almost all the land that's on the edges of town, it's either suburban or ag. Is that accurate?
Suburban or urban reserve. I'm
sorry.
Or beyond.
Urban reserve is. I'm trying to picture. I'm looking at township areas outside. I'm of the impression most of it is listed as ag. I think urban reserve is something we use a term for. It's not the zoning out there.
Yep. Generally, I would say beyond it's suburban development, ag, and perhaps resource protection.
Oh, resource protection. I was thinking of industrial too. Yeah, some,
well.
but all right. So just trying to understand, but. I don't have the sewer districts on here, but is this really being driven by sewer capacity?
Sewer capacity is a large driver of this conversation.
Okay. Almost all of the near-term urban expansion, this new thing, is in Southwest and Southeast, and it does seem to be tied to our bonding request. Do you think that's accurate?
Are you talking about near-term constrained?
I'm sorry, did I call it?
Constraint?
Yeah, that's what I meant to say, the near term.
I would
all
say,
the hatched green.
Sure. I would say we were very intentional, the development services team, and how we're going to make these recommendations. So I would actually make the case, if you look, a lot of it is in the southern part of town, but we have tracts of land that are indicated on the east and the north, and that's because primarily on the west we already have near-term development.
Yep.
So no, I would make the case that we were intentional at looking at, frankly, geographic buffers and boundaries, and beyond that, asking the questions of where there's anticipated development, land use changes, and where we can serve. So we did look at it holistically in that respect.
Okay. And when we're looking at this, are we sitting at a map, or do we also know the topography that's of these properties?
Both. Yeah, we'll spend conversations looking at map. Teams will do further analysis, once again, on feasibility of actually reaching and other constraints to connecting to services, whether that be environmental constraints or topography.
Okay. It's a little harder and it's a little more subjective, but I've heard that there are properties going back to the 1970s that were listed as long-term urban expansion 2020. and those same lands now are listed as like longer or midterm constraint or longer term or midterm constrained. And I'm just wondering if there is this idea that there's sometimes we think something's going to happen and it doesn't. And that happens multiple times in certain, and maybe mainly in those areas where we're constrained.
I'll answer that and recognize anyone can jump in, but my understanding is a lot of it is around reprioritization, frankly, and where we have capacity to serve. So typically if things get delayed, as I understand it, it's often reprioritization of projects and where we can serve. More or less, we thought, more or less putting something off because we can't serve ISID, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I think it does. I think it does. And I'm of the impression all of this urban reserve and that other sort of, the whole map, it would stop at any sort of municipal boundary. When we bump up to Byron, we don't kind of make any claims there. That's a hard boundary. We're going to bump up to Stewartville.
Right.
Those are like...
Those are generally things we're going to take under consideration, right? This does guide annexations, if you will, but right, generally if we're going to bump up to a community, that's going to be a stop that we consider.
Yeah. Last question. I don't see any special consideration on this map for the airport and the airport zoning.
We did make some changes to reflect possible growth around the airport. I'm trying to get my lay of the land to describe where that is. Primarily, as you'll see around the southern corner, we added an area for near-term expansion capacity constrained south of the airport, and then a little above it, we added some long-term urban expansion versus being in the urban reserve. So we made some slight changes to recognize some development opportunity around the airport.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you.
Council member, sorry about that.
Councilmember Palmer.
For the record, I turned his mic off.
Ms. Woodward does want to respond to Councilmember Keene.
I just wanted to make a note to one of the items that Councilmember Keene mentioned. And part of what we're trying to do is have better coordination between the growth management map and the sewer master plan and the other departments in terms of their planning. And some of that wasn't done. So as we're looking at some of those dates that were probably put on there early, there wasn't great coordination amongst all of them. And I think we have taken steps to make sure that we're coordinating those efforts so that we're providing more realistic dates as we're looking at the growth management map.
That's helpful. Do you mind just, when you say coordination, is that within the city services or is that other than just city?
I mean, that is also looking at within the city in terms of also like RPU, the sewer master plan, and the other departments, including fire, making sure that everybody is really taking a look at the growth management map and what is realistic, what plans they have, and what can be served.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification, the added comments.
Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. It would be my understanding that on the north boundary of Rochester, we have an agreement with Orinoco where we can go to. We have an agreement with Byron where we can go to, and we have an agreement with Stewartville. Am I wrong in that assumption?
We do have a number of agreements with surrounding municipalities in terms of annexation agreements. Is that what you're referring to?
That's what I'm referring to.
I would have to check on which ones we do, but we do have those, and we're working on making sure that those are all mapped as well.
Perfect. Can you go back 2 slides to page 42? You've got on this map on my right here a bunch of X's. What are those X's for?
To be clear, this is just an image to show some of the behind-the-scenes work we do. We're looking at land use. It's not specifically related to the growth management map. So this is just making some thoughts, jotting some thoughts on paper. So not necessarily indicative of changes that are before you this evening.
Right on top of
So, okay, because I was just assuming they're already built or they're not available.
Likely that's the case, but just want to make you aware this is a brainstorming map.
So that likely they are not available anymore? Is that kind of? I'm trying to.
Sure.
Okay.
It's a graphic image that they put in there that we're not supposed to look at in detail. Is that a correct?
No,
it was a work in progress at some time in the past, correct?
Correct.
But do we need more money to get an update map for you, or what is our?
It's just part of the brainstorming process. We don't always take photos of the finished product.
Go back to your original, the next 2 pages that you were at. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this all out.
No excess.
The other thing for the sewer, which is hand in hand with everything else that we're doing, if we have a large amount of homeowners, like we did on the 19th Street area out there, and they say they will sign up for a sewer, then we go in to look at the sewer. We're not looking at a piece of the map and say, oh gosh, we're gonna run sewer out here and hope someone's gonna build. We have a commitment so that the city isn't out there bonding for money that we're not gonna get quickly, for lack of a better way of saying that.
That's right. We're getting a surety that there is an interest to develop, and I understand Public Works has certain requirements that must happen in order for us to grow there as well, if there's an interest.
Okay, and so every month we get an update from you about the number of single-family dwellings. I don't think we're gonna hit 200 houses this year. I'm not a betting man, but I don't think we are. But we've had three times we've had the Maxwell study. And almost every single time, it's 900-plus single-family dwellings that we're supposed to be building. So how do you tell me that, geez, we're working on 900, but we're only getting to 200 and we're doing well?
Naturally, I don't have this number memorized, but I can recall that the most recent update showed a slight decrease in our demand in the next 10 years for single-family units, albeit slight. That shows some progress that we're meeting the mark in a small way. So I wanted to point that out. But alternatively, I would say, or in addition, I would say, we recognize that these projects take time. And I think a point that we like to make is there's a lot in the development pipeline. So it's a matter of timing and when things come forward. But this is essentially to demonstrate there is a lot of opportunity, and this supports that needed demand, essentially.
But to be clear, we as a city do not build houses.
Correct.
So we zone property to let property owners, if they want to, develop their property, and we're trying to do it in a controlled method so that the city's resources are well used. Is that not what we're doing?
I think that's a fair assessment. This is a regulatory tool that we use, and we are ensuring that it can be used to meet our housing demand needs in the future.
Thank you. And thank you for everything you do.
Councilmember Fredericks?
Thank you. While infill is important to renew and make the most use of our existing city limits, I like to see that. I like to see areas renewed, things being done in areas where it's allowed. I applaud the staff for being ahead of the development that the area is dictating and demanding. The infill doesn't fit every need, and we need to be ahead of it to fill the needs that arise, so we're not turning away said business, said resident, so on and so forth. We want to be the city where people can come here, where everybody does have a place. And that includes this type of stuff, and I'm glad that you're ahead of it and you're doing it, so thank you.
Councilmember Keene.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the Growth Management Map Amendment CD 2025-003 GMMA to amend the city's growth management map in accordance with changes in sanitary sewer availability since its last update in 2021.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Keene, seconded by Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember Keene?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is I really do see the value, and then I do see the waterfall from the comprehensive plan, and then having these other sort of things that basically implement some of the policies that are or the aspirational goals that are in the comprehensive plan. I do also think of this as not just a tool for municipal planning and municipal coordination. I think there's a big role in communicating to development and landowners of what's the city intents. And because of that, I like to see us staying true to it as opposed to basically being changing it on a regular basis.
And just to follow up on Councilmember Keene, I do as well see it as a tool that we use when it comes to developers and builders. And so I want to make sure that when they do come to town that they see this, but they also see where there are opportunities within the city limits. And I do know that on our bus tours and with the bonding committees that we do highlight those infills. And so I just want to make sure that we're still saying that message as well, that it's important for us to put density where we think density should be. Councilmember Miller.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what I said about the fiscal considerations of future growth, and I do think that that's a missing piece here, but I also believe, as some of my colleagues said, adding the granularity of near-term capacity constrained is helpful, particularly in that communication piece. So I'd still just really like to, as we think about the CIP planning and what West Zumbro Phase 2 looks like, that be a consideration, because again, over the course of this year, we've heard many challenges of a growing community, a growing footprint of a community providing services, had service cuts in transportation, just this fall, consideration of where satellite libraries go. And all of these are costs of a growing outward city. So I just want us to have a more detailed conversation about that. And just a minor logistics quibble is I feel like your presentation was a much more helpful way to understand this than the information in the packet, and I would love to have presentations in the packet when possible. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to reports and recommendations. H1 is the 2026 Legislative Priorities and Bonding Resolution. Ms. Heather Cochran.
Thank you, Council President, Mayor, council members. I'm back again after we had a similar conversation on October 27th at a study session, and now these are in front of you for your formal consideration and adoption. I don't have a presentation slides with me today, as we did have a good conversation previously. You'll see in your packet the proposed priorities that are in much better design format than they were about a month ago, and appreciate our intercollaborative departmental feedback that folks have shared since then. With that, turn it back to you.
Questions on the legislative priorities and bonding resolution? I do know, Ms. Corcoran, that at our study session that there was a lot of discussion on prioritizing our bonding requests, whether to go with just a 1 or a 1 and a 2. And I noticed that we are that in the recommendations, it's the 1, and it is the East Zumbro Sewer and Water Infrastructure for Housing bonding, and I support that. I think it really says that this is extremely important to us. I think with the discussion that we just had with the previous item on near-term capacity constrained, it really illustrates that we do need to increase that sewer and water capacity in order to not only fulfill edge development, but also a lot of that infill that gets us to that edge. So I'm supportive of that.
A motion?
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion adopting the 2026 City of Rochester's legislative priorities and adopting resolutions supporting the city's 2026 state capital investment bonding priority in alignment with the adopted 2026 legislative priorities.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Palmer and seconded in stereo. I'm going to give it to Councilmember Doring. Councilmember Palmer?
No, I agree with what your statement, and 110%. Thank you.
Councilmember Miller?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to set a context for why I plan to make an amendment and then make an amendment, a motion to amend. So several of us weren't here for the last study session discussion, which I totally understand is my schedule, and I didn't have the chance to formally talk about this. But as a member of the ROCOG Policy Board, we are currently in the process of completing a Safe Streets for All safety action plan. And it identifies a variety of corridors throughout the county and the metropolitan service area that are particularly dangerous, and looks at reasons for those. One of those continuing concerns is speed management. And I would be remiss to not mention that Minneapolis and Mendota Heights have legislative authority to participate in an automated enforcement trial. Just last week in the Star Tribune, there was preliminary data released and reported on that in the areas, even before the citations have gone live, that speeding generally is down 30% in the areas with cameras and signs, and speeding over 20 miles an hour above the posted speed limit is down 76%. And so that seems really striking to me as an opportunity. Obviously would require legislative authority for us to participate. I've had also a conversation with Mr. Niemeyer and Chief Franklin. There are some concerns about how that might be administered should we go forward with that, but I would propose that we have some possibility to still have that conversation because there would likely be a long lead time, even if the legislature were so inclined to allow us that in this session, that we would be at least into the 2027 budget year, which we have not yet approved a final budget for. So I would like to make an amendment that on page 22 of our legislative priorities document, we add that the City of Rochester supports authorization to install signage, warnings, and allow for enforcement of automated speed cameras similar to Minnesota statutes 169.147.
Motion has been made by Councilmember Miller. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Keen. Further discussion, Councilmember Miller?
I think I gave a good overview of where I am on this.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, I just did a little checking with this too. I heard it, had heard it was going to come up. I think it's important to distinguish that what we're doing tonight is not talking about what kind of design or what we would do. What we're doing is getting this into our legislative priorities so that if there is an interest at the legislation, Rochester would be the largest city that could participate outside of the metro. And I think if we got to that point, then we have the questions that Chief Franklin would want to have answered and that Public Works would want to know. And it's important that, when you look at the implementation of this, it's dramatically different how they do this stuff. And Minneapolis, I don't even think they use the police force. They're doing it all through Public Works. So there's different ways to do this stuff. And so I'd like us to at least have a leg there so that if there's a possibility, we could get into that discussion in the future.
Councilmember Palmer.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this amendment for a couple of reasons. The one in Minneapolis is a pilot program. It's been there for a very little period of time. I don't know from a court perspective or how many people are going to actually be paying the ticket. I think once their pilot is done and it's something that's been successful or tweaked or whatever it's going to be, then I would be supportive of at least asking questions from our staff of how would we implement this? What does this mean? Are we going to have 120 cameras? Are we going to have 2 cameras? Are we going to just do Southwest Rochester, or how are we going to actually place all these cameras? So I would not be supporting this. I'd like to watch and see what happens with the 2 pilots that are running right now.
Councilmember Wall.
With Mr. Palmer, I can't support this. It seems that we're implying an openness to this by putting it into an official document without actually ever having studied it. It seems to me we need some kind of study session first. We need to have some input from public. We need to have public safety. We need to hear about our current ability or inability to write citations and control speeds. This is adding something at the 11th hour, which I just don't think is a great idea for us on the dais at the moment.
Mayor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an interesting concept. I think there are cities that use it around the country where we could learn from Minneapolis, certainly, but we can also learn from communities that are already using it. And I think this is just like putting our toe in the water, saying, are we interested? But the broader issue here is we're being asked quite early, in my opinion, and I've felt this way since I got involved in this, adopting the priorities and the bonding resolutions. I understand bonding. I think it's a little early to form up the legislative priorities, partly because we're not even in the new year and things come up throughout this session. So I guess I'm also wanting to say, no matter what we do here, whether we choose to support this now, there needs to be the open-mindedness from this council that as things come up and actions move throughout the year or new ideas come up, we can add things. This is not a in-the-cement decision that lasts forever. We can take things out and put things in as we move along. It's a starting place. And as I said, for me, it seems early as a starting place, except for bonding, which we definitely need to firm up. So, I would like to see us discuss these issues that Councilmember Miller's brought up, but I also want you to know that this is a living document that can and should change as issues come up in the legislature that we don't even have the thought about yet, that are going to show up over the next 5 months that we are going to want to take action on, and we have to be flexible enough to bring those back and discuss them.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the mayor. I think this puts us in the queue, and as we all know, the legislature is a very nimble and fast-moving place, and things come up, and there are often things that come up that we want to grab hold of when they come up. And so this is something that I think in concept, and this is a concept, is would be a valuable addition to our great public safety system here in Rochester, and it would not be Minneapolis's pilot or Maplewood's pilot. What's that? Mendota Heights, I'm sorry. It would be Rochester's, and so we would design it, our staff here and public safety leadership would be those that would be putting this together. So I think it's good that we can jump on these things and put it in the queue. There are a lot of priorities in here. It's a 24-page document, and so it just says, hey, we'd be interested. Councilmember Fredericks.
Yeah, not that I wouldn't be interested, and I hear what Councilmember Miller's saying. I'd be more inclined to hear from the people that are going to be enforcing it, said something like this comes into play. I'd be more interested in hearing how that looks, if they're excited about it, so on and so forth. And I'm actually a little slower. I'm not quick to be a guinea pig. I wouldn't mind seeing what they're doing in other cities and how it goes and see some results before we try to lead a charge on something. I feel like we're trying to lead a charge on a lot of things as a community right now, the way it is. And I guess I want to do them right when we do them. So sometimes it's okay to be the second mouse to the trap, you know.
Councilmember Doring.
I'm still getting used to the new button. I plan to support this amendment. I think it's I think it's just fine to be a pilot for public safety in this manner, and like has been said by colleagues before, this is just putting us into a queue of priorities, right? So we don't have to make any rash decisions today for implementation. This just express our interests, and I am very interested in increasing safety for pedestrians in our community. So I'm all for it.
Clerk Caso, please call the roll on the amendment.
Councilmember Keene.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Wall.
Nay.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Nay.
Councilmember Palmer.
Nay.
Councilmember Doring.
Aye.
Council President Schubring.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3.
Back to the original motion. Any further discussion on the legislative priorities and bonding resolution? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, we have H2 bid advertisement, management operations of public transit services. Ms. Fauch.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Rachel Fauch, the Interim Director of Transit and Parking, and here tonight to look for additional input and approval to release the RFP for the management and operations of public transit services. So a quick overview of our existing contract services. That's fixed route, effective this Sunday with our fall service changes. We'll have 26 routes with over 650 annual riders, covering around 75% of the city population and within a half mile of 93% of the employment opportunities within the city of Rochester. We also have Link Bus Rapid Transit within our existing contract, and we anticipate 11,000 riders on the first day with frequent every 5 to 10 minute service. And our paratransit, or ZIPS, currently has over 50,500 rides, and that was our 2024 number. So we have, on average, around 4,200 rides every month from ZIPS. So in our request for proposals, we have all modes represented, and so that's fixed route, that's BRT, that's paratransit or ZIPS, and an ad alternate for our fleet management services. And it's important for these to all be together because we have one transit system, we want unified services throughout, and we want the ability to have cross-training and efficiency within those routes. The proposed term length in the RFP is an initial 60-month term or 5 years, and for one, renewal for an up to an additional 60 months. So a total, we could have up to a 10-year term length. For the renewal, the price adjustment for that is either the lesser of the consumer price index or 3%, so whichever is lesser. For the research and input that went into the RFP that's in front of you all right now, I'd like to take a moment and just highlight the efforts and energy of the transit team. And they're all here tonight. So we have Roxanne and Mona and Sandra and Lindsay, and they've really dedicated a lot of time and effort into putting this together. Some substantial research, over multiple dozens of different RFPs and different services were looked at. Rochester is really unique. We have external contract for operations. We have BRT coming online. We have a really extensive ZIPS program and our fixed route, which obviously 55 square miles. We have a lot of service to cover. So we're very unique, and there weren't any identical cities that we could look at. So cities that we did look at were DeKalb, Illinois, Gunnison Valley, Colorado, Durham, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So a variety of different cities were looked at for us to kind of pull together this pretty robust RFP. And ultimately, I think it's important to look at transit as a people-first approach, and how do we do that effectively and efficiently? And we want to really highlight the importance of innovation throughout the RFP and throughout our expectations for operations. And we can do that through operations, management, and technology, but ultimately we want innovation on customer focus, which is a highlight of our team. We look at transit as more than numbers on a piece of paper. These are individuals that rely on our transit services to get to work, to get to their doctor's appointments, to see their parents, to see their friends. And so it's really important that we have a very people-first approach. So we've done some legwork to lead up to this RFP, and then some additional highlights that you'll notice within the RFP as we put out. So one is Equans, or Equins, or however you would choose to pronounce it, but Equans is how we say it around the office. And it is a computer-aided dispatch and automatic vehicle location, which is that CAD AVL. So that allows us to do that real-time bus tracker system. It also allows us to count the riders as they come on to the buses and determine on time or missed trips. And so prior to the implementation of Equans, which is something we are currently finalizing right now, we had multiple different technology systems. So Equans provides one source that's agreed upon by both our contractor and our team for a source of truth, which is really important as we're moving forward and looking at these performance metrics, as maybe we didn't all agree on what those numbers were previously. And so this provides a source of truth and allows us to really look at that contract holistically. Additionally, it seems like a strange item on here, but a city phone system, we're implementing that in Q1 of 2026. You might have heard some issues with the existing contractor's phone system. Individuals sometimes roll straight to voicemail instead of reaching a number, and implementation of the city phone system allows us to create phone trees and also queuing and collect those metrics and those data. So it gives us some additional benefits to our customer service. And so that is going to be implemented before the RFP is awarded. And then with the RFP, you'll notice we have included some additional incentives. And so that's new comparatively to our existing contract. And additionally, the contractor is responsible for the city's deductible. So if any damages happen to city vehicles or property, the contractor will be responsible for that. And currently that deductible is $5,000. All right, now it's time. So getting into the performance metrics, these are broken down into ZIPs or paratransit first, and then we'll look at fixed route, and then metrics for all modes. So you'll notice liquidated damages on here, and you'll notice some numbers attached to that. And liquidated damages are a balanced assessment, and they need to be they will be reflected in the overall proposal costs. So if we implemented really high liquidated damages, we would see those in the costs as they came in for the RFP. So we need to be really thoughtful in what these are, and these are all based off of all of those multiple dozens of RFPs and consultations with MnDOT, which I did forget to mention, but we did send the draft RFP to both our MnDOT partners and Mayo partners for approval and evaluation of these performance metrics and the proposal itself. all 95 pages. So, and both of those parties were really in favor of what we had outlined and really thrilled with the increased performance metrics. So for ZIPS, you'll notice not much has changed, but I really want to highlight that last one, which is the enforcing suspension of service notification. So if somebody were to call for a ride from ZIPS and then didn't show up, ZIPS would still charge for that ride and that individual, but there would be no ride given. And that is solely on the contractor for that enforcement. And so we need the contractor to say, hey, this person has a pattern of not showing up for their pickups and we need to suspend their service. And there's an escalation in there. First it's a warning and then it's suspended for a short period of time. But that is completely enforced by the contractor. And so we're adding this additional liquidated damages in there because although they're being paid for the service isn't being rendered. Were there any other questions or any questions on the ZIPS performance measures?
Nope. Councilmember, are you going to ask a question?
Yeah.
Councilmember Keen.
I'm just trying to understand this because when I looked at the schedule further down. I mean, in order to bid on this, you've got to really understand what the service is, what the vehicles are, what the current loads are, things like that. What type of efforts do you expect a company to put in a bid to be able to respond to this RFP?
Yeah, so we would anticipate that there's a substantial amount of experience applying for these and the knowledge and what needs to go, but we can also provide any additional information on the terms of what vehicles we have, what our service routes are, but also that's all included in the packet when it's finalized.
Okay. This is a little early for this type of question, but whenever you are an RFP, you probably know that there's this number of people that are going to be in, and then there's surprises. Would you expect to have like 6 bids on this, 2 bids?
I mean,
9?
We've kind of been actively saying I would anticipate at least 4, if not more.
Okay.
And I intentionally rhymed on that. So, but I think it's a very interesting RFP with all these combined services. And so with BRT, with fixed route and paratransit all together as an external contract is pretty unique, and we have a lot to offer. Plus, who wouldn't want to come to Rochester? So.
Thank you.
Continue.
So for the fixed route and link, so these have the same metrics for both fixed and link. And those, again, I want to highlight more specifically the operator failure to log on, and that's utilizing that Equan system that we talked about a few slides ago. If the operator of the bus or the driver fails to turn on and activate their Equans and say, okay, I'm here, I'm logged on, it will not activate that real-time tracker. So it very negatively impacts not only the riders because they can't utilize our app and utilize our live bus tracker, but it additionally impacts our metrics because now it's registering as a no-show or a missed trip. And so there are a lot of negative implications for that. So that is a new comparatively for that, and that's a $500 liquidated damage per occurrence. And then just to highlight, completed trips is a metric of 100%, which means we would hope to not have any missed trips, and that on-time metric at 90%, which perhaps feels maybe low, but we do have a substantial amount of construction. I don't know if you're aware, and it does make our on-time metrics a little skewed, and so we do think 90% is attainable with our current construction routes within our downtown. Great.
Continue.
And finally, these are performance metrics for all modes. And I really want to highlight the ADA compliant ones. With the addition of Link BRT, it's really important for us to maintain those standards throughout all of our transit services. And so we have added wheelchair ramps and the inspection of ramps on there so to make sure there's always operational. And the buses are inspected and cleaned on a daily basis. And so this is just getting added into that daily routine and making sure that everything's operational. Great. Any other? Wonderful.
Oh, Councilmember Doring, go ahead.
So this is all great so far, and I'm not sure where to ask this question, so I'm going to ask it now. Well, it's really a statement. I'm kind of surprised not to see any customer service metrics in here. So metrics regarding communication to customers about canceled routes, metrics about timeliness to respond to customer complaints, metrics about incentives for positive customer reviews. Why isn't any of that built into the information that we were presented in?
Right. I think that's a great question. And I didn't pull it out specifically, but I can cover it, which is like our complaint procedures. And I think these metrics, and this is where, the area is unfortunately a little gray. Complaints come into our staff. They come in actually to Sandra, our transit planner, and then she evaluates those complaints and determines if that is an us complaint or a contractor complaint, and then elevates it there. And so there are metrics. It's on page 35 of your RFP, section 10. And so depending on what that complaint is, there is an expectation of resolution within a certain amount of days. However, those days can be impacted by the amount of research that would have to go into it. So if it was, let's see, I will use driver complaints on here. So if a driver is being complained as being rude, unsafe, or unhelpful, we would have to evaluate all of that footage. And so we'd have to pull the video footage from the buses, which is through our lytics system. And that would be with our operator and collaborating with them. And so it would, okay, when did it happen, and go back. So that could create some delays. And so although those metrics are in there, it is more of a shared metric between the city and the contractor. And then the additional ones for app updates and things like that, that's actually performed by our staff. And so those aren't within our operators or our contractors' purview.
I think that's great for our community to know, because sometimes the provider or the operator gets thrown under the bus a little bit, saying that communication is not happening on a timely basis. So I appreciate that clarification. So thank you for that.
Continue.
And really wanted to highlight, this is not an all-inclusive list, but there are some specific questions that the applicants will have to answer. And I want to highlight our top two on there, which is how do you plan for service disruptions, such as strikes, employee shortages, or call-ins? And additionally, how will you minimize delays to prevent missed service? And one of the performance metrics, the evaluation categories that we're looking at is value added. And we would anticipate really seeing if somebody's shining in innovation in these categories, it would be reflected within that value added section. Additionally, really looking for the retention and encouragement of existing employees within our contractor, our existing contractor, and if there's a new contractor come on, we just want to ensure that the employees have the backing of their employer. All right, so next steps, we're here right now, and we're hoping to release the bid in December with any additional feedback provided, and around mid-December, and then January, we would have our pre-con meeting, or pre-con meeting, and then have proposals due in February. Now, there is a pretty lengthy timeline between February and awarding in November, but we would anticipate being able to shorten that based off of the process. So this is kind of a worst-case scenario timeline, but we hope it would be a little bit more expedited. Great. Any questions?
Any questions, council members? Is there a motion? Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to get my head around a 95-page RFP. Is this modeled on some other service the city's done, or is this modeled on a different city and how they do transit, or where did the structure of it come from?
Yeah, just the overall girth of the document. Yeah. I think it's important to really highlight the fact that we have both FTA and MnDOT regulations that are embedded within that RFP document. Additionally, they're referenced to those documents, but we have a lot of expectation and a lot of in what our services are and what needs to be provided to our riders. And so that is really what kind of built up the foundation of the document. And again, to tie back into how unique our transit system is, it allowed us to kind of build this RFP because there's not another city that looks like us in terms of transit. And so we have to build it up from the bottom.
Okay. I assume we did this bidding about 10 years ago. And again, whichever way, I guess I'm going to make a comment here and see if you correct me with this. Or when I watch the airport doing some of their work, they bring in consultants to make sure they're following the industry stuff. RPU with all the regulation. In our transit, we seem to be just our department doing this, and we don't really have outside consultants. Is that a positive? Is that a risk?
I would also say I don't think that's fully accurate.
Oh, okay.
And so we do consult regularly with both MnDOT and FTA.
Okay.
But to tie back to that is our hope and that our contractor would help bring some innovation in. And we're a pretty small team, as you can see. We only have a couple extra staff beyond what's here tonight. And so we do rely on our contractor to bring those innovative strategies to us and present them to the team.
Very good. You mentioned, you shared the draft RFP with partners, and you said Mayo Clinic and MnDOT. And I'm assuming, and I think you've already answered it, but the MnDOT people you're talking about are the ones we work with as far as our reimbursements.
Well, we actually sent it to their procurement staff.
Okay. And did you get feedback on structure, on metrics, things that they think could work better or worse?
It was, I believe MnDOT provided 3 comments back, and it was swapping out specific terms.
Okay.
So both MnDOT was very favorable of the RFP as it's outlined and has indicated it's one of the best ones they've seen.
Good.
Administrator Zelms, did you want to add something before we
Council
get
President,
further?
Councilmember, I did just also want to point out there was a consultant that that came forward probably a year or longer ago as part of the review of
Thank you. I was not aware. Yeah. My last thing, this is on, it's more feedback. You mentioned Mayo Clinic, and I did talk to some people there that they were sort of overwhelmed with getting it, but considered it a really good teaming thing and really appreciated getting that draft. And I think the one person sort of said, but it was 90 pages, and I tried to get through it. But still, I just want to commend you guys for thinking of that and making sure doing that partnering early on.
Right. And I did let him know what pages were relevant to VRT so they didn't have to comb through the entire document. So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion authorizing the solicitation of responses to a request for proposal for the management and operations of transit services.
Motion made by Councilmember Miller.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Doring. Councilmember Miller.
I'll just add that I really appreciate the active management of this process and the public opportunities to weigh in and the engagement of partners. I think we are in a much better place with understanding what we need of a transit service moving forward, and I look forward to being able to see this process forward. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you to the team. And thank you to everyone who's been involved and for the opportunities to engage throughout this process.
Agreed.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to H3, which is opposition to a land use plan amendment to remove approximately 140 acres from the city's urban service area. This is an item that was pulled by Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember, did you want to
Yes,
preview?
I do.
Go ahead.
I will make a motion adopting a resolution opposing an Olmsted County land use plan amendment requested by Adler Metals LLC to remove approximately 140 acres from the city's urban service area. the
Second.
Former F-16.
Motion made by Councilmember Palmer, seconded by Councilmember Miller. Councilmember
I have five questions to get through. So I don't know who on the staff is going to answer these.
Ms. Terrence
Oh, okay.
Edens.
What makes this?
Taryn Edens. Thank you.
Thank you. What makes this site a strong candidate for interim development?
Yeah, essentially, this development, as you learned this evening, this development is located in our long-term expansion designation. So that means we do plan to serve it with sanitary service, for example. We do have an extension that leads up to this site. We don't plan to do it until the next 10 to 25 years. So interim development is really created essentially to acknowledge that a property owner might want to develop and not wait for the city to service it. But it allows us to have the back and forth, essentially, case-by-case scenario to recognize what parts of the development should meet city standards today and what parts can be addressed later. A common example, which I might answer at a different question, is septic and sanitary. That's a big one as we realize it has a high cost, right? So in this case, the development could perhaps install a community septic system, which the life cycle of that is about 15 years to get your investment worth of that investment. And then we could service it with, we could essentially service it at that point. So we would time that investment probably closer to 25 years, but it's a way for them to get their money's worth while recognizing it should and can connect to our system in the future. So it's a way, this is ideal based on its location, when we plan to service it, and the opportunity to adapt to what should be developed now versus later and have less impacts on the city for what we're already, and what we have already invested and what could be absorbed by a homeowner later if they were to connect to city services.
And so every site is unique. And so I'm assuming that the developer would come to the city with, we'd like to do A, B, C, D, whatever. And we would look at that and say, well, we like A, B, but C, D, let's talk about it. Or do we have a set of rules for everything? We just follow that to the T?
Yeah, that's a great question. Interim development specifically is pretty adaptable, right? We generally are requiring some things up front, such as paying certain connection fees now, but we do, once again, have the opportunity. Do you need to bring these sidewalks to city standards today, or do we agree on some timeline on when that can happen? So no, we're not strictly following everything needs to be done now. It is a back and forth discussion that we can have with the development.
Okay. And would that end up being a city council decision at the end, or is that a staff decision?
It's a great question. We have not had very many interim development policies. I'm trying to recall if that comes back to council or not.
Okay, that's fine. So the third question I have is, earlier tonight we added a near-term capacity constrained designation to our growth management map. Could you please kind of shed some additional light on why we added this type of designation and how that impacts this request?
Yeah, once more, near-term capacity constrained essentially gives us the opportunity to be adaptable in cases where proposed use might need less sewer capacity, essentially, and can be accommodated without much investment from us. This proposed development in outside Northeast Rochester in the Haverhill Township is in long-term development designation. So once again, it's ideal for interim development because we cannot service it now and we should not service it in the near future, but we have investments to plan to service it in the future.
So generally speaking, suburban development, is it more environmentally friendly than an urban style development?
There is some evidence to support that urban style or more dense development has less impacts on the environment, particularly as it relates to water resources. So the Environmental Protection Agency does have a publication in which it analyzed a handful of different developments at different densities. And what they found essentially is the more dense you are, or the development, the less stormwater runoff, for example, you're better using the land, and therefore you have less impervious surface as well over a watershed. So generally there is some evidence to support that higher densities have less impacts on the environment. I'd also like to add that in the event of perhaps a septic system failing or regulations around a septic system changing, it's possible sanitary sewer would have to be installed anyways. And this is the particular environmental concern that the applicant cites as it relates to disturbing sensitive soil type. So want to point that out in two respects.
So one of the examples that I think Mr. Wall and I would bring up to you is north of 18th or east of 18th Avenue, north of 55th Street. We've got right there, we have suburban subdivision, 3 to 5 acre lots. So we can't expand into that. We can't serve it with bus. We can't serve it with sewer because of the large lots. Is that a good example of what we're talking about?
I would say yes.
Okay. And then my last question, I think, generally speaking, how does this type of request impact the housing goals established through the Olmsted County Housing Study?
So as many of you are aware, the updated housing study essentially spelled out we still have a demand for over 18,000 housing units in 10 years, specifically 4,800 are single-family homes and 2,100 are for sale, multifamily, right? Could be attached condos, you name it, specifically in Rochester. The report and our comprehensive plan will support that all types of housing is needed. The report specifically spells out, and many folks, I think, experience this, that for sale homes available at attainable price points are less available. Most of our listings that we see today are $500,000 or more, which does limit access for specific type of property owners, right? So we would just make the case that there does seem to be a higher need for lower cost for sale housing, though we recognize at the same time all housing is needed. So what we would say essentially is that suburban development can make density more challenging, right? If urban development was supported in this area, we could get density. Generally, when you have density, you're going to have lower price points, and it better equips us to meet our housing goals if we can get more in that land.
So in my last, I guess, question is, in the past, when we were consolidated with Olmsted County, and then we separated from Olmsted County, we still work well with Olmsted County. They're still our partners in development in Olmsted County. And so this came about because the last year they changed how they want to be informed of our development. Is that not true?
That's correct. This is a new process change based on the land use plan amendment process that the county directed.
And then my last one, I just keep saying last, but on 48th Street, which we have a large sewer investment because we thought we were picking up this watershed or this drainage shed, for lack of a better way of saying it. We have a large investment in doing that, and we're planning on, when we put that in, servicing this entire area, and taking bits and pieces out of it makes that less cost effective for all the landowners on that. Is that not right?
Yes, so specifically for this land, we did some estimated calculations about how some of those investments would be recovered through fees to connect to the trunk sewer line cost. And that estimation we make an assumption that we're going to use a little bit more than half of this 140 acres could be developable. That's loss of over $580,000 of what we would expect to be returned for our investment made to connect to this land in the future. Does that answer your question?
It doesn't. Just one last more question about the
It's your last slide.
I'm not a sewer guy, and so I'm going to ask our engineer there that's sitting there waiting for this question. You have a big pipe, and you're expecting to fill this pipe. If you don't fill that pipe, don't you have more maintenance problems?
Yes, Mayor, President, members of the council, thanks for the question. Councilmember Palmer, yeah, if we have a pipe that's oversized, it's not going to maintain its cleansing velocity as we build out the area. It leads to more maintenance because we have to be in there flushing the sewer system, jetting, and just, again, more ongoing maintenance that wouldn't be planned for had we had the full development that it was sized for.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience.
They were great questions, Councilmember. Councilmember Wall.
Thank you. I'm grateful to Mr. Palmer for pulling this item, for the opportunity to highlight for the community the good work done by our staff and by our council a year ago. Because I believe that this council and our staff are trying to make decisions that will be effective for our community, not for today or tomorrow, but for the next 25 and 50 years, long after we are gone. That we are trying to strive for orderly growth within our community, sustainable growth. As has already been said, we already have infrastructure and utilities that come very near to this, and by ignoring that capacity, we raise costs for everybody in the city. Every taxpayer is going to help pay for that unused capacity. The reasonable density of housing as the land borders the city limits and would curtail other developments like the one that Mr. Palmer mentioned very near to where I live. And finally, the environmental responsibility, and that using city waters and city utilities are so much more environmentally responsible and cost-effective for everybody. So I will enthusiastically support this letter to our colleagues in the county in hopes that we can come together for this very important planning in the long-term future.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to our council-initiated actions. We have one, which is refinement of the disconnected parcels and trail gap analysis. Councilmember Miller and Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you. So this is bringing back an item that Councilmember Palmer introduced earlier in the year for a specific neighborhood. As part of that item, which did not pass at the time, we had requested that staff provide a GIS analysis of the concept of neighborhoods that are disconnected from our multi-use trail network. So I'm grateful for Councilmember Palmer and the opportunity to engage with staff to talk about criteria to refine this and look at a process forward that's in alignment with our priorities and principles. And so what we're proposing is that staff would continue to work on this GIS analysis by adding prioritization based on street classification, population density, and access to key destinations. In that process, collaborate with the Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee and the new Mode Shift Coordinator to improve those criteria, and then present results and potential funding strategies to City Council during a study session by the spring of 2026. And I would just tie this back to the process that we had throughout the year of developing new strategic priorities and refining those, particularly in our community vision that Rochester is committed to health and wellness for its people, and that it's connected both physically and socially, to our strategic priorities of inclusive growth management and responsible environmental stewardship, and our foundational principles of quality services and social equity. I think all of those are represented in this idea of how we improve our multi-use trail network, providing people alternative ways to access key destinations outside of owning their own vehicle, particularly through our extensive trail system. But also highlight that our colleagues at Olmsted County have renamed their Parks Department, their Parks and Trails Department, and through ROCOG and other avenues, they're looking at a comprehensive trail planning process. And I think this fits right in line with how we're providing access to all people in the community in coordination with our peers at Olmsted County. And I look forward to refining our sidewalk gap analysis to include a more robust process that looks at sidewalks and trails as key parts of that network. And I appreciate Councilmember Palmer joining on to this with me and allowing some additional conversation to expand the access beyond a single neighborhood in his ward, because there are others that are impacted by the same problem.
Councilmember Palmer, anything to add?
Well, I think Mr. Miller hit it pretty much on the head, and we did meet ahead of time with some of the staff to ask about this, and they were very helpful. And I think giving them a long term to be able to come back with an answer, I think is important, so they can fit into their busy schedule.
Can I ask a question about that, Ms. Woodward? Can you talk about how you see, if this passes, when will this come back to us and the process that your team will be working on?
I think the first step is really doing kind of the GIS analysis. And then after that is completed, being able to kind of evaluate how the prioritization happens. And I think that's more in the public works realm. And so I'll punt to the person sitting next to me to kind of answer some of those questions. But I think ultimately you'll be bringing back kind of that overall analysis through the GIS to be able to help inform some of the other policy decisions.
Mr. Niemeyer.
Yeah, agreeing with what Irene said there. Starts with the GIS analysis. Frankly, a lot of this data exists, and it's just a matter of slicing it up and combining it in different ways in GIS. And then it comes down to more of those conversations, prioritization, identifying, what projects may be on the horizon that might address some of these discontinuities that we wouldn't have to come up with funding strategies for. Conversations like that to be able to come back by spring to have this full discussion in front of council, and we're prepared for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Fredericks.
Yeah, just for the record, there's a couple areas in the southeast I'd like to address. All I'd ask is I get a place at the table when we're discussing some of these things. I didn't ask you.
Councilmember King.
Yeah, just I want to understand. I have a little slightly different view of this, and when I was reading through the fiscal and resource impacts, it said there's no cost to this request initially, other than the cost of staff time to create a policy for review. I was reading this differently. I thought the policy was to address the gaps, and this is more of a technique of doing it as opposed to new policy. You can agree with that?
Go ahead, Mr. Niemeyer.
I would agree with that understanding that this initial step is more to take a look at the data and identify where those discontinuities might be and come back to council for further direction on how we should or would proceed from there, both from if it becomes a policy or a program, but also a funding perspective, how we might start to address some of these as they're identified.
See, that's where I'm struggling, because I think we already have a policy of doing gap analysis, and we have some funding. This shouldn't be changing. The way I'm reading this, it doesn't change any of that. It's just a technique for how we're going to go about, and more efficient technique for how to do that.
Yeah, if I can, Council President, some of this comes down to nomenclature here as well. So we've got a specific definition for a gap, and that is a discontinuity in the system that's under 600 feet. That's a specific definition, and we have a program for that. What we're talking about here are some of those gaps in the system that might be much longer than that, in some cases approaching a mile or more, where neighborhoods feel like they are disconnected from the broader system that exists inside the community. So this falls outside of that program we have for gap fills, and is kind of a different exercise, looking at very large gaps that traditionally have been left to CIP projects, frankly, whenever we get a grant most of the time to address things like that.
Okay. And again, Public Works.
Councilmember Miller, did you also want to respond to Councilmember Keene's question?
I guess just a question to refine that as well, because the current gap analysis is for sidewalks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so this would look beyond a definition of a pedestrian sidewalk as well.
Correct. It would expand into trail systems.
But
Councilmember Keene, you have the floor.
We've done trail system gaps before too. That's not new. I believe there's a policy for that we do it as part of. Parks at least has brought at least 2 or 3 in my time, so that thing is already happening. But that's how we came up with the recent trail on the rail system. That's the.
And I think the way I'd respond to that is, like I said earlier, that's been more of from a CIP project perspective. Like, we see a need and we address it through the CIP. This would take a more systematic look, I think, at disconnected parts of the community and whether or not we want to implement additional programming and or dollars to address those gaps outside of a CIP project that comes up occasionally to address those gaps, if that makes sense. This might be more systematic and may have more of a rhythm to it, if you will. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's conjecture at this point, I think. I think it's more to take a look at the data and see if that's warranted in the future, or how the council feels about that based on what we understand.
That's good, because I view this as very procedural almost and working towards something, but I would hate for it to be viewed as this gets approved and we're now going to have whole new programs, because I don't think that's what we're doing when I read the council initiated action. And this thing about coming back, and I think it said, I'm not sure if the language was spring 2026. Spring of, feels reasonable?
It does. Yeah, both for community development and public works, yes.
And is parks in this discussion too, or that's a different discussion?
We will bring parks into the conversation, to be sure. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion on this item?
I made the motion when I started.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Did you?
Second.
Okay.
Sorry.
And who seconded that? Council,
Mr. Miller.
I'll second it if it hasn't.
was there a motion?
I think it was the other way around. Miller made it, Sean seconded it.
No, that's what I remember.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Palmer, seconded by Councilmember Miller.
Sorry, just a point of order. Can we confirm that there was that? Because I remember the discussion, but I didn't know if it was in the form of a motion.
Yeah, I didn't hear. Clerk Kasel, was there a motion on this item? I don't recall a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll make a motion considering a council-initiated action requesting that City Council direct the staff to refine the disconnected parcels and trail gap GIS analysis as presented in the packet.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Miller and seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Thank you. Ordinance second readings, Mr. Spindler Craig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item K1, An ordinance of the Rochester City Code approving the renaming of roadway section of 36th Street Northwest located south of 37th Street Northwest between 21st Avenue Northwest and 22nd Avenue Northwest within Rolling Greens 3rd Edition to 22nd Avenue Northwest.
Move approval?
Second.
I heard moved by Councilmember Wall first and seconded by Councilmember Keen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you. We have one tabled item, which is designating the office of the city clerk to administer and regulate administrative citations and enforcement. Mr. Cartwright?
We need to have a motion to take the item off the table before we can have discussion.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to remove the item from the table.
Second.
Moved by Council Member Keen and seconded by Council Member Doring. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
What was the count? How many? Where were the names? Nays. 2 nays. Okay. Motion passes. Mr. Cartwright.
Council President, members of the council, Mayor Norton, thank you for the chance to speak tonight. I wanted to save you from some of the mic feedback, so bear with me while I'm up here. In September, this item was tabled with a message that the people governed by these changes needed direct outreach and an opportunity to weigh in. That was fair feedback, and we took it seriously. Over the past couple of weeks, our office reached out to more than 900 license holders. We held 2 public forums, we answered questions, clarified concerns, listened, and outlined the process. The outreach was intentionally directed at the regulated class because those are the individuals and the businesses that would be directly impacted by the reference framework. They're also the grouping with clear available contact information. That's the foundation for a process like this, making sure that the people who are governed have a voice in shaping the thing that governs them. But I also want to take a moment to acknowledge something that's equally important. There are residents in this community, some who've expressed concerns about this process, who care deeply about how the city approaches enforcement, even if they're not current license holders. And their perspective matters too. Public comment exists for that reason, for individuals to express themselves over issues that this council can affect. And it's open to everyone. No one is shut out, and we welcome their commentary. The distinction I'm drawing isn't about whose voice counts. It's more about how we structure notice, fairness, and consistency. Our office operates off of a process that direct administrative outreach relies on clear, predictable lines, or we end up in a process that feels inconsistent to the people who rely on us to be steady and even-handed. It is within this framework that the Office of the City Clerk conducted our outreach on this item to the regulated class, those 900 licensees, to make sure that they were informed and heard. Our office also remains open to continuing conversations with any resident who wants to understand the ordinance or share their thoughts. That door is always open. Tonight's question of whether that outreach required has been met, from an administrative perspective, it has. All this said, the Office of the City Clerk is committed to supporting whatever path and direction the council chooses to move forward with, and we will wholeheartedly do everything in our power to be supportive of that. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Questions for Mr. Cartwright? Councilmember Wall.
I will make a motion to postpone consideration of the item to January 5th, 2026.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Wall, seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Wall.
I'm very thankful to the clerk's office for all the work done and for the reaching out that was done. What I am disappointed about, and Mr. Cartwright and I had a great conversation earlier today, is that the 2 people that were instrumental in calling into question some of the policies that this would change were not consulted because they are not of the licensee class. Doesn't necessarily mean, as Mr. Cartwright said, that they don't have a voice in the process, but they never heard about these meetings, and we never reached out to them. And I would like to see them reached out to prior to our council taking a position, taking action on the administrative citations and enforcement.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Palmer.
Mr. Cartwright, is there a reason that this motion would be a hindrance to you, or would it be okay to do this in January?
I think the question that I have about, or my office would have about tabling the item and moving it to January is less about impact and more about process and policy. The direction, and I think the clarification that I would want to note is from an outreach perspective, from an expectation perspective of this council, when individuals who express, rightly so, engagement, passion, and an understanding about an enforcement or general regulatory process to either members of this body in open comment or elsewhere, if the framework and the understanding is such that specific and direct outreach is obliged to those individuals, that's a policy consideration that I would want to note and take home to my office so that we can implement it. And I think that would be the guiding star that I would be looking for. Is this a one-off, or is this a policy change in expectation from this body?
I have a question. So when we tabled this back in September, it was that there was going to be more outreach. There was going to be some public engagement on this item, and you did mention that in your presentation. Can you give us what was that public engagement? Did you have some sessions, invite people? Was it publicly noticed?
Yes. So the primary outreach was for 900 plus licensed classes who are updated and communicated with within our system because we have a clear framework of communication to them. So they were directly invited to two Teams meetings electronically. One was held in the evening, and then one was held during working hours. The idea there was to have two distinct meetings that were electronic and easily attended and available for people that they could do to the comfort of their homes. Part of the context there is that our office has clear communication frameworks with these entities. We've worked with them over the course of multiple years to make sure that their email addresses are up to date, that the small cohort of them that do not respond to emails we can call directly, and that we have a very clear understanding of how we could outreach to these individuals so that they get information from our office about something that is going to govern them. For other individuals, I will admit that part of our consideration here is that outreach or questions, because our office is always open to responding to outreach and questions from individuals who we don't have contact information for, a certain level of burden is upon them to ask the questions, to reach out to us, so that we can then, within a timely manner, respond to them. And part of that tiering system is, again, because those that are governed by these particular changes, we feel we have a direct obligation for outreach, whereas those from the general public, we're happy to answer questions for, but such directive does not necessarily extend to them.
Got it. Mayor Norton.
Thank you. And I'm kind of surprised that we're at this place that we are right now. I'm pleased that this has been taken off the table and we can finally act on it. Respectfully to Councilmember Wall and his constituent that contacted him, he is the conduit for questions for that individual. He acted on the individual's behalf and asked for action. That action has been taken, and we cannot expect in this body that every single person in this community that wants a question answered will get it personally answered. The way a question is answered often is in a group dynamic outreach to 900 individuals that are affected by this. And so I would just say, we asked them to put together a process. They put together that process, and now, They're asking for the action, and I think it's our job as elected officials, your job, my job, to go back to that individual that's called the question and explain to them the outcome, not to hold it up any longer. So I would ask that you vote on this and move it ahead.
Councilmember Wall.
I can acknowledge that, Mayor. I have led thousands of people through thorny questions in the past. And if I knew that there were one or two people for whom this was a particularly critical issue, I would not ignore them, and I would go out of my way to ensure that their voice was heard. They are part of the public. We are public servants. I believe that we should serve the public. I'm simply asking for another month or so that we can reach out. I don't think that it impacts the integrity of the enforcement at all. I just think it's a reasonable thing to do for people who have raised questions. So that's all I'll say.
Councilmember Palmer.
Well, I would agree with Mr. Wall, and I would, to Mr. Cartwright's question, I think this is just a one-off. I don't think this is a policy decision, and that would be my answer.
Okay.
I'm not gonna vote to continue to table this. I believe that that there was ample opportunity for members of the public to contact the city clerk's office to be informed about these changes when it comes to citations and enforcement. And I feel like what it's doing is it's taking time on our council agenda, and this is I think we've had September through November, and I think that's ample time for the individuals or individual to get their answers to their questions. Councilmember Keene.
I feel a little bit, I saw some information today on this exchange with Councilmember Wall with staff on this. And again, I see some things in here where, I really do struggle like the mayor does and said, we pulled this to table it to get this information in September. We get to November and still saying like, no, we didn't do it right. So I'm not going to support the continuation of this. I'm still going back to the original thing here, the designation of the office of the clerk to administer and regulate administrative citations. I mean, that's not that complicated to me. That's pretty straightforward. We have the Park does this, Public Works does it. So I'm struggling with what the real root cause is. I tried to go through these different questions, and it feels just like a food fight.
Any further discussion? There's a motion to table to January. Clerk Kasel, could you call the roll?
Councilmember Keene.
Nay.
Councilmember Miller.
Nay.
Councilmember Wall.
Aye.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Nay.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Doring.
Nay.
Council President Schubring.
Nay. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion adopting the resolution designating the office of the city clerk to regulate and administer administrative citations and enforcement pursuant to the authority and parameters outlined in the Rochester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1-2.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Keene, seconded by Councilmember Miller. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
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 Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Wall and Palmer voting nay. Thank you. Moving on to other business. Councilmember Miller, do you have other business?
I do, and
Go ahead.
I will be brief. So this is related to item F4 that we passed on consent regarding the assignment of polling places. Had some conversation with our city administrator and also with Clerk Cartwright about the assignment of these and the criteria. I didn't pull it because I don't want to change these for 2026, but I will just highlight that within Ward 2, residents of Kutsky Park are expected to travel west to Harriet Bishop Elementary School to vote, while residents of Precinct 10 who are nearby travel to United Way within Kutsky Park to vote. And it seems like we're not adequately taking transportation into consideration, and especially as we grow and look at our city priorities. I have been accused of being a council member who only cares about transportation, and I will just say I always think there's a transportation angle to policy. And so I would propose that we just include pedestrian and bicycle advisory commission and the Citizens Advisory on Transit in conversations about how the polling places are assigned leading into 2027 and beyond.
Councilmember Keen, did you have a question on this?
I don't. I have a different other business.
Oh, you have a different, okay.
So I just wanted to invite comment, feedback from us on council regarding that consideration.
Councilmember Palmer.
A question for the clerk. In the last election, I'm just asking for a general question. How many people voted absentee?
Oh, God.
Maybe around 20 to 23%. It was right in there.
More than 20%?
Yes.
Safe bet?
Yes.
I guess my question is that's easier than to, they make it so simple to do that throwing that in there. I have, in my ward, people who have to walk more than a mile to get to their polling place. And I just think if you want to vote that day and you want to walk, you walk. So I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying there's lots of different options to vote than the day of the election.
Councilmember Miller.
I'll just say I don't disagree with that, but as we consider the assignment of polling places, I don't feel like transportation is adequately considered, and I would just am proposing that we include our boards and commissions in that process to provide feedback on. Ultimately, the clerk's office will bring us a recommendation, but I would prefer that we include those groups in providing feedback in the process. I don't want to assign as a council where those polling places go, but just want to set at a policy level the importance of transportation.
Clerk Kasel, or Clerk Cartwright, how do we determine polling places in the city of Rochester? What's the process for that?
Test. Oh, it's me. There's a variety of factors that go into it. Transportation is certainly one, but we also look at the polling place itself in terms of maximum usage, in terms of parking lots, the actual ability, whether it's a combined precinct, how many voters it could serve, and how we could best utilize the space. So going to the example of 2A, which was Edison, as Councilmember Miller knows, that particular area has 800 registered voters. And so there's two factors there. Historically, 210 has served Edison Administrative Building, and they have 1,300 registered voters. And that is a one precinct location. So to maximize the effect and the efficacy of that particular polling place, that's one precinct, the decision was made to use 210. Those voters at Edison then, to his point, go to Harriet Bishop, which is able to be a combined polling place. So that is another consideration there. The other thing to consider as well is coming to transit and coming to ADA compliance. How well can these polling places work for curbside voting? What's their parking looking like? What is the line of sight for the election judges? And that's all reflective as well in terms of how many voters they have to serve. So this is my very long-winded way of saying there's a multitude of considerations that do go into each of these polling places. And whilst distance is one of them, it's not necessarily always the driving factor that's determinative.
Any further, Councilmember Keen?
So, but I think the message here is that we should take into account distance and not assume automotive access. Is that taken into account, the distance from the voters?
We do take that into consideration. I just wanted to add one more thing to what Mr. Cartwright said. Each year, obviously, the legislature is handing down additional mandates that we have to abide by. One of those mandates coming up for next year is that there's a locked polling or a locked closet or storage space that can be dedicated to the polling equipment for the overnight. We've had to drop polling places because they can't provide us with that particular thing. So, there's a multitude of factors, but yes, distance and walkability is always our, one of our goals, with the fact that we have to try to make it work in all the places that we have the opportunity to be in.
Yeah, I'm not, I take into account the complexity. I know we had a city clerk many years ago that wanted, like, certain things. She didn't like us going into churches as much as we were. So there was changes like that. I think the goal of stability would be helpful too, as one of the items in there. I think I've had like 7 different polling places in the last 20 years. But as long as the process includes distance and access, I'm good with it.
Any more on this?
Just a final comment that as far as stability, I just would recognize that those neighborhoods, particularly near downtown, have quite a higher turnover of residents.
Yeah.
And I personally knocked on several doors and people said, "Where do I vote?"
Yeah.
And I had no idea when choosing to live near downtown where Harriet Bishop Elementary School was in Country Club Manor. And all I'm asking is not that we set a new process, it's just that we appropriately utilize our boards and commissions to provide those feedback, particularly on transportation access, and I think those 2 boards are relevant. And so I appreciate that transportation is included and there is some complexity. I just do believe that there is an additional community lens that would provide a different perspective than staff in the clerk's office on transportation access.
Thank you. Councilmember Keen, you have other business?
Yeah, and I think this is just quick, but we had extensive open comments on the First Avenue Southwest and the discussion we had before about how the Sixth Avenue and where our future active transit network would be. Some seem to know that we are looking at options, while others seem to imply we'd made decisions. And I just thought it was worth making a comment that there are options, including First Avenue, but no decisions have been made. There was a major decision made last year to vacate 3rd and 4th Avenue for Mayo's future building, and that created this problem. And now the staff has brought to us this idea of 6th Avenue, First Avenue, or Broadway. And I think what happened at our last meetings, we also said we should also be looking at 2nd Avenue. But that's where we're at right now, and we're not really made a decision that we have a chance to change or not. And I just thought it was worth bringing up, because when I was listening to the testimony, I couldn't tell what people knew or didn't know.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Palmer, go ahead.
I guess that's a sore point for me, because I think that the people out there believe that the decision's been made and has been made for 6 months, and that they're going to do First Avenue. And so I think that's disappointing that that's what the public thinks. And I think it was very clear that this many people showed up tonight with this concern, and they're business people who have a large investment in our city, and they don't want to just be, for lack of a way of saying this, railroaded. And I think that they feel that they are being railroaded. And that's, I think, why this many people showed up. And if I remember correctly, I think 36 people answered the survey, and I think we had at least 15 to 20 today. So they took the time out of their day to come down here and speak what they thought. So I'll just answer that.
Councilmember Keen.
Again, clearly it is a very stressful environment for them and very emotional. I don't know where they're getting the impression that we've already made the decision. Maybe it's because some of us act like we already made it, but we didn't. So that was my point of bringing up another business, and I want to just leave it there.
Yeah, I would just say I guess I didn't get that same impression. I think they were pressing on us to, there may have been some assumptions about decisions prior to our study session discussion on it, but I think they wouldn't have been here if they thought we already made a decision. So, Councilmember Fredericks?
Yeah, what I gathered from that is they were being proactive to get their voice heard loud and clear where they were at before a firm decision's made. And I think they brought it across well tonight, and I think we'd be wise to listen.
Any further discussion on this or any other business? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Miller.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Wall. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. We are adjourned. 10:08.
Sure.